96%. In 20 years, it's 99.8%. And the Navy has already suggested it's going to be arguing that, well, since that risk assessment 3 years ago, we've made great changes, so this can't happen again. Then why were there two spills of that magnitude this year alone? How long are we going to put up with this hanging over our water supply? The peril is not merely imminent, it is actual. And if we don't do something about it now, if we don't get rid of the fuel in the Red Hill tanks, then we're not going to be able to drink our water, and our kids aren't going to be able to drink the water. So this department has constitutional duties to protect public trust resources, including our drinking water, has constitutional obligations to protect the public's right to a clean and healthy environment. We cannot wait for the next disaster to strike to protect the public interest. We've waited long enough. We've already poisoned the well of almost 100,000 people. The time to act is now.
Thank you, Mr. Henkin.
And with that, we will call our first witness if you're ready for our first witness.
I am ready.
Okay, then we're going to call Wayne Tanaka, who is our client representative and should be standing by. Yep. And there he is.
Mr. Tanaka, could you please state your name for the record?
Wayne Chung Tanaka.
Okay. Please raise your right hand. You swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth under penalty of perjury?
Yes.
Okay. Go ahead, Mr. Henkin. Please start the clock.
Okay, good afternoon, Mr. Tanaka.
Good afternoon.
Could you please state your name again for the record?
Wayne Chung Tanaka.
Okay, Mr. Tanaka, and could you please state what your position is with the Sierra Club?
I am the executive director of the Sierra Club of Hawaii.
All right, now, Mr. Tanaka, your declaration, as you're in attendance, your declaration has already been admitted into evidence, but do you have any changes that you would make to your declaration from when you submitted it and signed it just a couple of days ago?
No.
All right, then I'm going to try and keep this brief in the interest of time. Turning to paragraph 21 of your declaration, you reference exhibit S13. Do you see that?
Yeah, I can. Yep. Yes.
Okay, so the share screen here feature hopefully will work for us. I'm going to, so in exhibit S13 is excerpts from a December 1, 2021 KHON newscast, correct?
Yes.
Okay, I'm going to show you a video. You're going to have to help me by letting me know if you can hear the sound. If you cannot, I will use more of my time trying to figure out the technology here, but just give me a moment. And hopefully, when I share a screen, do you see this on the screen? Do you see a video on your screen?
Oh, go ahead.
All right, do you see a still of a video on your screen?
I'm still seeing your desktop.
You're not supposed to see my desktop. Okay, then this is where it worked. Okay, let's try this one. How's that work?
Yep.
Okay, now the question is whether everyone can hear the sound, because you'll let me know in a moment. Sound or no sound?
No sound.
No sound, yeah. So there's a feature here on share where you're supposed to be able to advanced, and then you're supposed to be able to click video, and it's supposed to give you a chance. Oh, here we go. Now we're going to be in business. Okay. Now you can see the video, I hope.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Okay. Now we're going to see if you can hear the sound.
The Department of Health confirms it detected petroleum product in the tap water from Red Hill Elementary.
The lab detected petroleum product, and these are preliminary results, and we're not exactly sure yet what type of petroleum it is.
The inspector collected the samples on Tuesday after smelling fuel-like odor in the school's water. At this point, the Department of Health is still waiting for further results from samples collected at homes and other facilities. But military families know in their gut something is not right with their water.
I think of my baby and it angers me. I'm high-risk pregnant. I'm 18 weeks.
Mackenzie Provert lives in the Aliomanu military reservation. She's been dealing with the headache for days. She said her son started showing rashes and was lethargic. They took him to Tripler.
He felt like he was in an oven. He was so warm. It was awful. He wouldn't sleep.
The DOH says they have received more than 170 complaints in one day from Navy water users, some of those showing health issues.
The main complaints that are consistent with the hydrocarbon exposure that you would get from drinking it in the water or having it on your skin, like showering, include things like itching and irritated rash rashes on your skin, gastrointestinal upset.
The DOH says the amount and type of petroleum product are yet to be determined. Lab results from a lab in California are expected this week.
If anyone has respiratory symptoms like shortness of breath that comes on suddenly, or coughing, wheezing that's unexplainable, that would warrant urgent medical evaluation.
Okay, Mr. Tanaka, is that video clip a true and correct copy of the excerpts from the December 1, 2021 KHON newscast that you referenced in paragraph 21 of your declaration?
Yes, it is.
Very good, thank you. Turning to paragraph 22 of your declaration, you attached an exhibit S14, which are excerpts of a true and correct, or excerpts from a November 30, 2021 Hawaii News Now newscast. Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay, we're going to see if we have, I'm going to show you video again, see if we have better luck with technology.
Mr. Hackett, could you say the date again?
Yes, for this most recent one?
Yeah, that one, yeah.
Yeah, this is now November 30. And of course, these are all referenced to Mr. Tanaka's declaration. This is paragraph 22 is where it's referenced, but the last one was December 1st, so very early in the crisis. This is now a day earlier.
Yeah, thank you.
And with any luck, Mr. Tanaka, you see a blank screen, or a black.
Yes.
And you'll let me know when I click this if you could hear the volume.
Military families say they're angry and frustrated about the apparently contaminated water and its impact on their day-to-day lives and their health. Mahealani Richardson saw firsthand the strange substance in the water.
A family invited us into their home in the Aliamanu military reservation to show us the problem firsthand. You can definitely see an oil slick in the water, and there's a smell as well.
Cindy Gomez hasn't been using any tap water since this past weekend.
That's a massive amount of things that should not be in my water.
No drinking, cooking, or washing, even before the official warning because of a mysterious sheen and odor that smells like fuel.
It's unbelievable. Like, they haven't told us, they keep on saying that there's nothing wrong. And a lot of us are smelling it, we're getting sick from it, and it's crazy to us.
Take a very close look to the left side of your screen. With our HNN camera, we saw the substance on the water, and there is a distinct chemical odor.
I can smell it. Yeah, I can really. When I put my finger in here,
You'll get the oils on your fingers.
On Saturday, she says her son washed his face and his eyes became irritated. Their complaint is one of hundreds in military homes in and around Joint Base Pearl Harbor Hickam, the Radford area, and the Aliamanu Military Reservation, ranging from stomach issues, rashes, and strange odors. Louise Tuttle lives at Radford Terrace.
We've been feeling sick. My son has said that he has like a fire burning in his stomach. I have the same thing. And also burning down the throat. I'm also feeling angry and, because we're just getting given the runaround.
Ruth Byrne is a member of the Church of Christ of Pearl Harbor and says whatever it is, it's not good.
I'm washing and all of a sudden I'm smelling some kind of a funky smell.
Help us out.
Back in Aliamanu, Cindy Gomez says she's been getting her own bottled water. Island Palm Communities came by for testing, but she wasn't home, and she doesn't know how long her family can last without a precious resource.
families say they're desperately waiting for help and they don't know when they'll get it. Reporting from the Aliamanu Military Reservation, I'm Mahealani Richardson, Hawaii News Now.
Okay, Mr. Tanaka, is that a true and correct copy of the clip of the November 30 2021 Hawaii News Now newscast that you reference in paragraph 22 of your declaration?
Yes, it is.
And no further questions.
Ms. Gannon?
No questions, thank you.
Mr. Hargrove?
Questions, thank you.
Mr. Jensen?
Yes, sir. Mr. Tanaka, my name is Craig Jensen. I represent the Department of the Navy. How are you?
Okay, thank you. How are you doing?
I'm okay, thank you, sir. I'm going to ask you a few questions. I hope you don't mind.
Go ahead.
Sir, you're aware that the Red Hill shaft is shut down and has been since November 28th, correct?
That was my understanding based on what I've been told.
Okay. And you're also aware that the Red Hill shaft is the only shaft with a or well that has a positive test result above EALs for contamination, correct?
That was my understanding, although I'm still confused as the status of the Navy's high-level IAL well.
We have experts that will set the record straight on that. You're aware that the Navy has taken over 900 samples from its 3 wells in various points along the distribution line, correct?
I don't have any knowledge of that, of the number of samples taken.
Okay.
And just to clarify, Mr. Tanaka is not being offered as an expert witness, Mr. Jensen.
I understand that.
It's your time.
I'm asking what he's aware of.
Sure.
Mr. Tanaka, to the best of your knowledge, as of today, no one is drinking contaminated water. Is that correct?
Objection to the extent it calls for speculation.
He's asking for his understanding, but if you're not sure, then you can say so.
I do know that there are several people who I've communicated with who have concerns and indications that their water may be compromised, but they are not. They have not been informed, or they have not been informed by folks as to, or that as to the testing of the water.
Understood. You're aware that we're here today to discuss an emergency order that was issued by the Department of Health, correct?
Yes.
And are you aware that the emergency order requires the Department of the Navy to suspend operations at the Red Hill Underground Storage Facility?
Yes.
Okay. Are you also aware that the Red Hill operations are currently suspended by order of the Secretary of the Navy?
From what I've read, yes.
Are you aware that the emergency order requires or directs the Navy to make immediate steps to install a drinking water treatment system or systems at the Red Hill shaft?
Yes, that's my understanding.
Are you aware that the Navy has already gotten approval from the Department of Health to conduct skimming operations at the Red Hill shaft and is already conducting those operations?
From what I've seen on the news, yes.
Mr. Jensen, could you just slow down just a little bit?
Yes, sir.
Thanks.
Right, trying to save time. And are you aware that last Friday, the Department of Health approved the Navy's flushing plan for its distribution system?
I've heard there is some agreement that wasn't shared with the news reporters at that event.
Okay. Are you aware that the Navy has purchased over 20 large portable drinking water treatment systems, and today we'll put those systems into use to flush the distribution system?
From the news article today, that's what I've read.
And are you aware that the Navy has spent over $13 million for 2 huge drinking water treatment systems, and those systems are inbound and will flush the water from the Red Hill shaft?
I don't know how much money those systems cost.
But you're aware that the systems are inbound?
From what I've read on, yeah, sure. From what I've read, I haven't seen the orders or invoices or anything like that.
Thank you very much, sir. That's all the questions I have.
Mr. Henkin?
No redirect, and I appreciate Mr. Tanaka's testimony.
I'm going to guess that's it. So thank you very much, Mr. Tanaka.
All right, thank you. Okay, next we're going to call Carly Lintner.
Please have her admitted.
Ms. Lintner, I see that you've got your audio on. Are you able to turn on your video?
Yes. Give me 1 second here.
Hi.
Hello.
Hello, Ms. Lintner. My name is Dave Day. I'm the hearings officer in this case.
Hello.
Hi, thanks for being with us.
Mhm.
Could you please state your name for the record?
Carly Nicole Lintner.
Could you please raise your right hand? Okay. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth on penalty of perjury?
Yes.
Mr. Henkin, please start the clock.
Good afternoon, Ms. Lintner, and thank you for standing by. It's been a long hearing so far.
No problem.
Could you please state your name for the record?
Carly Nicole Lintner.
Okay, and earlier in the proceedings, your declaration that you signed on the 17th of December was accepted into evidence. So the hearings officer and the parties now have that. But my question to you about the declaration is, are there any corrections that you would want to make to the declaration, or is it good as is as far as your statement?
No, it should be good as is. I'm just scanning through right now, but everything should be good. I've read it a couple times.
Thank you. Okay, so where is it that you live?
We live in AMR, Aliamanu Military Reservation.
And is that where you are right now?
Yes, currently.
Okay, and are you currently able to leave your home?
Well, we got out of quarantine today. We got COVID from going back and forth between the hotel and home. So yes, we can leave today.
Well, I'm happy to hear that. When you say going between the hotel and home, what do you mean by that?
We are currently doing most of our showering and some dishes at the hotel, but we sleep at home in our home because we have a 16-month-old son and a dog that can't be in the hotel.
So every day you need to go back and forth between, well, actually, since you've been quarantined, probably not so much.
Correct.
And why is it that you have to do that you have to shower at the hotel?
We don't have our clean running water. Obviously, our home was affected, but we don't have another shower system other than what we have with the hotel. And with my husband working and us only having one car, we're kind of just back and forth at the moment. My dog and my son don't sleep well in the hotel, so we have to stay at home for them to sleep here.
Yeah, and how long does that situation go on?
We've been in the hotel since December 3rd.
And how long will it continue?
We have a reservation until Christmas, and then we'll have to find another hotel after that.
And why will you have to find another hotel?
The hotel that we're currently staying at no longer has reservations available.
And has anyone indicated to, and I'm sorry, is your husband in the service?
He is. My husband is in the Army.
Okay, and have you gotten any information from the Army about how long this situation is likely to continue?
I believe I read 6 to 8 weeks, but they weren't sure. So I don't know anything indefinitely.
Okay, and when did you first become aware that there was an issue with the water coming out of the tap of your home?
We got notification on November 28th.
And who notified you?
We actually found out on our neighborhood Facebook page, the AMR Red Hill Facebook page, and I saw a post from the Army Garrison shared there.
Okay, so on the 28th of November, the Army Garrison told you that there was an issue with your Army, with your water?
Yes.
Okay, and what did you read on the 28th?
That post stated, let me pull it up so I read it correctly. The garrison is aware that the Hawaii State Department of Health has issued a water advisory for the Navy's system users, including Aliamanu Military Reservation and Red Hill.
Okay, so in your, I think in your declaration, paragraph 5, it says that was on November 29. Are you changing your
29.
testimony?
Yes. Yes, I apologize, the 29th.
And how are you determining that it was the 29th?
I just went back to my screenshot and it's from November 29th.
Oh, you took a screenshot on your phone of the announcement?
Yes.
Okay. And prior to seeing that, did anyone in your household have any health issues?
My son developed a rash the weekend of November 22nd, which I reference in my testimony as well, right in the beginning. And then we called the nurse advice line. They advised us to just use a cortisone cream. They assumed it was probably eczema, but he hadn't had that in the past, so I'm not really sure on that. Over the next few days, it did dissipate. And then we brought him to the doctor after that.
Okay. And then in your declaration, it mentions a Thanksgiving dinner. Could you talk about what you and the folks there experienced?
Yes. So myself and 6 others, including my son, had Thanksgiving at our home, and we all are neighbors, so we're all right around each other. We all used the water to make our food, and we did. We obviously all ate together. My husband ate. We brought him a plate. He works at Tripler. He was working on Thanksgiving. And we made him a plate. Everybody had their big Thanksgiving meal. And within hours afterwards, I would say by about 10 o'clock, everybody's stomach hurt. We were all uncomfortable. Nobody felt good. And the next day, we all kind of reconvened and everybody felt the exact same way. They all still felt sick. We thought that we could possibly maybe have food poisoning from the Thanksgiving food. But that obviously wasn't the case.
Huh. And how many people altogether were there at your home for Thanksgiving dinner?
7.
And so yourself, your husband, your son, and
so it was myself, my son, 2 of our neighbors who are married, and then just a couple friends that live nearby. All of them live in AMR.
Okay. And so they all had the same health effects after eating the meal.
Yes.
In your declaration, you also mentioned some effects for your dog. Can you talk about that?
The weekend of Thanksgiving is when I noticed it. He was kind of just refusing his water bowl. He would walk up to it, kind of like go around it, look at me, and walk away from it. And then every time I would let him outside, he was out there like hunting for puddles. And he's a big dog, so he drinks a lot of water. And he drinks a lot of water normally. So seeing him refuse water was super strange. We fill his bowl up all day, every day. So seeing him totally deny his water was pretty alarming. After that, he was puking a bit. For some time, he was pretty sick. He's finally drinking and eating normally now, but it was pretty bad.
Okay, I'm sorry to hear that. So when you say he's drinking now, how do you get him water to drink?
We get bottled water, and he's drinking the bottled water.
Okay. And so when you're home, do you make use of the water out of your tap for any purpose?
No, we don't use our sink. We don't use our dishwasher, our fridge, our washing machine. We don't use anything that requires water in the house.
And how does that affect you and your family?
It's pretty hard to keep a 16-month-old clean without a tub. It's pretty hard. We've been using water bottles for everything. You can only use so many water bottles to wash your kids' bottles and sippy cups. So it's tough. It's not the easiest thing we've ever done, but
yeah. Okay. Well, I really appreciate your sharing your testimony with us. I think it's very important for folks to know what's going on. And I thank you for your testimony. I don't have any more questions.
Okay. Thank you.
Oh, but please don't go. Someone else may. Sorry.
I won't go.
Okay. And I may have some more depending on what they ask, but
for sure.
I appreciate your being here.
Thank you.
Okay.
Please stop the clock for Sierra Club. Mr. Hargrove,
No questions. Thank you for being here.
Ms. Gannett,
No questions. Thank you for testifying.
Thank you.
Mr. Jensen.
I have no questions, but I would like to say thank you for testifying, and I am very, very sorry for your troubles.
Thank you.
Okay, well,
With that, I would also like to thank you for being here.
Thank you.
Okay, well, thank you very much for your testimony, and you and your family take care and have a happy holiday season best you can.
Thank you. You guys too.
Okay, aloha.
Your excuse.
Okay.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Okay. Mr. Henkin.
Okay, Sierra Club's next witness will be Kevin Aubert.
Okay, please bring him in.
Okay, Mr. Aubert, are you able to access your video? I saw you this morning when we were doing the pre-hearing. There you are. Okay, you're on mute, just so you know it. So you might want to take off mute because you're the main reason we're here right now.
Okay.
Good afternoon, Mr. Aubert. My name is Dave Day. I'm the hearings officer for this case.
Okay.
Okay. Could you please state your name for the record?
My name is Kevin Aubert.
Okay. Could you please raise your right hand? You swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth under penalty of perjury?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Mr. Henkin, please start the clock.
Good afternoon, Mr. Aubert.
Good afternoon.
Thank you for standing by through the long hearing, but we finally got there. Could you please state your name again, just for the record?
My name is Kevin Aubert.
Okay, and where do you live?
I live in Doris Miller Navy Housing.
Okay, when you say Navy housing, are you a Navy employee?
I'm an Army civilian, but I live in Navy housing.
Okay, and I should tell you that the declaration that you provided and that you signed on December the 16th, that has been accepted into evidence earlier in the proceeding. So everyone has that, including the hearings officer. So we don't need to kind of go through it all. They can read it. But I first wanted to just ask you, is there anything in that declaration that you need to amend in any way or that isn't accurate?
It's accurate. I was just going to add that on November 29th, the next day, I was really concerned about whether people were getting a message that we had jet fuel in our water. So, I mean, I was telling people on Facebook, but I also sent an email. I realized this afterward. I sent an email to the Public Affairs officers, Kathy S.O.B. and John Andrews, letting them know that we had fuel in our water. I don't know if that's important or not, but I just wanted to mention that. And then December 2nd, a few more days later, I didn't get any notification from the Navy, so that's when I sent my letter to Congressman Ed Case and let him know that we had jet fuel in our water.
Okay, well, let me just ask you then, when you said the next day, you're referring now to the day after you smelled the jet fuel in your tap water on November the 28th? Is that right?
Yeah, because I was very concerned about getting the message out to as many people as I could to try to let people know that there's jet fuel in the water. So the next day, November 29th, is when I sent that email out to the Public Affairs officers, Kathy S.O.B. and John Andrews.
And I'm not familiar with those two individuals. They're public affairs for what branch of the service?
For the Navy.
Okay, so on November the 29th, you sent a message to Public Affairs for the Navy about the jet fuel you were smelling in your water.
Yes.
Okay, and then did you ever receive any formal notification from the Navy, you being in Navy housing, that you shouldn't drink your water?
Not at that time. So that's why I sent one on December 2nd. I sent a notification to Congressman Ed Case.
Okay, so when did you at some future time after December 2nd ever hear from the Navy that you shouldn't drink the water in your housing?
I don't recall hearing anything from the Navy. The Army started telling us not to drink the water. And I don't really exactly remember But for a long time, it seemed like the Navy was saying, drink the water. In fact, they did say drink the water. So I don't know. I don't remember if they ever said that, or when they said we should stop drinking the water.
Well, do you remember you just said you heard them affirmatively say you should drink the water? Do you remember when that was?
Well, that was within the first couple of days, because that made me angry, because that's why I sent that email to Congressman Ed Case, because I didn't think the Navy was taking it seriously at all.
Okay, so you're talking about sometime after November 28th, when you smelled the jet fuel in your water, you heard the Navy affirmatively tell you should drink it?
Yes.
So did you follow the Navy's advice?
No, and in fact, it made me kind of angry, because I told my wife to stop using the water, but she kind of felt like maybe it wasn't that bad because of what she was hearing. So, yeah, so I told my wife to stop using the water for anything, but she still continued to use it and take showers even after that.
Until when did she continue to use it to take showers?
Until, I mean, we got on the 3rd, we got a hotel by the Army down in Waikiki, but I went down there and got the hotel, but she didn't want to stay down there. So then I came back and we got a hotel at the Honolulu airport, and she was still taking showers here. So on December 4th, once we got a hotel, then I coaxed her over there to take showers there. But she still washes clothes here. I mean, she don't want to leave her home, so she still washes clothes here. But we take showers at the hotel, and we clean up at the hotel, brush our teeth there, and wash our dog there, and that kind of thing.
Okay, but even to this day, she's still washing her clothes with the water in your home?
Yeah, I tell her not to, but it's hard to get her out of the home. Right.
Okay, and are you or your wife, are you making any other use of the water in your home there in Doris Miller?
Of course, we try to avoid it as much as we can, but we don't drink it, and we don't use it. We only drink bottled water, but inadvertently sometimes we use it to wash our hands and stuff, even though we try not to. But for the most part, we're avoiding it at all costs.
Yeah. So you mentioned in your declaration on paragraph 6 that both you and your wife had you felt some physical effects from using the water. Could you talk a little bit about that?
We did, and even a few days before the 28th, we were experiencing things like nausea, stomach aches, headaches, reoccurring headaches, fatigue, and skin irritations. And then my wife had used the water to clean out one of her eyes, and she got a film in front of her eye for a few days. I was going to take her to the emergency room, but on the 3rd day, we were able to clean her eye where she could see. And our dog too had stomach aches and throwing up a little bit.
Okay, anything else that you want to share that you think folks should know about what your experience has been as a result of this spill? Well,
I mean, we by no means are the ones who have it the worst. We don't have children, so there's plenty of other people that had it a lot worse than us, but we still suffer from stress and anxiety, because we have to go out and get water every day, because they only give us a certain amount because they have to ration it, and we have to go to the hotel usually a couple times every day just to clean up, take showers, and some of our stuff too. The thing we didn't think about, we are still using some of our pots and pans. We didn't think that we didn't realize that we should have stopped using everything, but so we are still feeling some of those symptoms even after the 20, even within the last couple of days. We didn't realize we were still using some of the stuff that might have been contaminated.
Okay, well, I appreciate you sharing your testimony, and I have no further questions right now, and the hearings officer is going to ask if anyone else does.
Okay,
Thank you. Thank you.
Mr. Albert, I actually have just two questions. So water is still coming out of your tap at your home?
Yes,
Does it still smell like jet fuel?
not like on the 28th. In fact, we check it every day, and it seems like sometimes it's almost where we don't smell anything, and sometimes we do, but nothing like on the 28th. On the 28th, it was really strong.
I was curious, you mentioned in your declaration that you can tell the difference between gasoline and jet fuel. This is more of just my curiosity. What does jet fuel smell like versus, say, gasoline? You said you can tell the difference.
Yeah, I never said I could tell the difference between gasoline and jet fuel. I said because I'm in the Air Force and I spent a lot of time on the flight line, and I had an experience when I was in Korea in a jet A-10 crash. And from that experience, I smelled jet fuel. So I think from that experience, I as soon as I smelled it at my faucet, that's what came back to me, jet fuel. And yeah, I smell gasoline too, but jet fuel is, that's what I smell, jet fuel.
Okay. Thank you very much.
And hearings officer, I'm not sure if I'm still on my time.
Oh no, if you have a point you wanted to make about
No,
something.
no. But you didn't direct them to stop taking from my time. That's all.
Oh, okay. Oh, if they did, you could take timekeeper. If you didn't, take approximately a minute and a half off. Oh, she stopped it. She stopped it.
Okay. All right. No, thanks. No worries.
Good.
Sorry, Mr. Albert. We're just on. They're rationing water for you. They're rationing time for us. So.
Okay, Mr.
I
Harper.
understand. No problem.
I have no questions. And again, thank the witness for being here today, sharing his story with us.
Ms. Gannon.
No questions, and thank you, Mr. Albert, for your testimony.
Thank you.
Mr. Jensen.
I have no questions, and sir, my name is Craig Jensen. I represent the Department of the Navy, and I would just like to thank you for your testimony, and for the Department of the Navy, say we are very sorry for your troubles. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you very much, Mr. Robert.
Thank you very much, Mr. Albert. Really appreciate your taking the time and sharing with us, and I wish you and your wife happy holidays, and take care.
Thank you.
Okay.
You're excused.
Thank you.
What do you think? Mr. Hankey, can we do one more?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, in fact, that would be best because Kim Charters,
okay,
and she will be our last witness. So
please admit Kim Charters. Hello.
Hi there.
Ms. Charters, my name is Dave Day. I'm the hearing officer for this matter.
Okay.
And so could you please state your name for the record?
My name is Kimberly Charters.
Okay. Could you please raise your right hand? Okay. You swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth under penalty of perjury?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Mr. Henkin, please start the clock.
well, first of all, good afternoon, Ms. Charters. I really appreciate your sticking around. It's been a long day here, and I told you we might get started earlier, so I appreciate your making room in your schedule. Since you're now under oath, if you could just please, restate your name for the record.
Kimberly Charters.
Okay, and Ms. Charters, I should mention that at the beginning of the hearing, your declaration, the written statement that you signed on December the 17th, it's been accepted into evidence. So everyone here, including the hearings officer, has a copy of that. And so you should assume he promised he'd read it. I wanted to ask you if there's anything in that statement that you wanted to change in any way, if any of your testimonies changed since the 17th?
No, sir.
Okay. Where is it that you live?
Aliamanu Military Reservation, AMR.
Okay. And are you related in some way to the service?
Yes.
And how is that?
My husband is active duty Army.
Okay. Now, again, people have your declaration, but if you could it would be good if they hear from you as well. How did you become aware that there might be some issue with the water in the faucet in your home?
So the week of Thanksgiving is where it all started with symptoms with myself, my husband, and also our 11-month-old golden retriever. We didn't know about any water contamination or even the idea of that at the time. So my golden retriever started throwing up, I'd say about November 23rd. He was acting extremely lethargic. He wasn't drinking the water as much because normally you have to put the bowl up because he tries to drink all of the water and too much. But he was barely even drinking. And then after he would eat, he would go drink, throw up, go get more water after throwing up and then throw up that water. We had no idea what was wrong with him. We tried putting him on a bland diet to see if that helped. Maybe he had something in his stomach. And then nothing seemed to help. I felt lost. And then Thanksgiving night is when my husband and I started feeling sick. We didn't really know what was wrong with us either. We had visible bloats in our stomach. I had a burning sensation in mine. My husband did not. It really, to best explain it, felt like a fire was started in my stomach. I have never felt that way before. I blamed it on, okay, maybe I overate or the dairy in the pie upset my stomach, but it continued on for days on end. So much that on Sunday, I actually made a homemade soup for my husband and I to try and, alleviate some symptoms. When you're sick, you make soup. But unfortunately, I used the tap water. And that's when I started feeling really nauseous, having the feeling that I was going to throw up. We went to bed early that night, brushed our teeth, got into bed, and I was checking on the Facebook community. And in one of our Facebook groups, I had saw a link of the article posted in the Hickam community page saying, has anybody heard about this? Like, does your water smell? And it was an article about the fuel leak. So my husband and I had read about that, and we hadn't heard anything about it in AMR quite yet. So we didn't really connect the two that, oh, this is why we're sick because of the water. We were like, oh my gosh, this could be, a really big deal, but didn't really think that it has gotten to that point yet until Monday morning. So Monday morning, my husband came home from PT. We do the same thing every day. We make our breakfast and coffee together. When we went to make the coffee, that's when we smelled it. And it just smelled like a gas station, basically, my kitchen. It was awful.
If I could pause you there. So it's Monday morning, November 29th. It's now we're talking.
Correct.
And the night before, when you checked and you were looking on the AMR Facebook page, I guess they have, or what is it?
So that was the Hickam page. I'm in a few Facebook groups. Yep. So it was a Hickam community, not the AMR. That's why I was like, meh, it's a different community. Maybe it's not going to impact us. But Monday morning, we also smelled it in our water.
Okay. So you're saying that they were smelling it at Hickam on the night of the 28th?
Yes, sir.
And at that point, had you gotten any notification from the Army, the Navy, from anyone that there were any concerns about your water?
No, that's one of the main reasons why I was upset, because not only about the water notification, but why weren't we notified about the leak happening in general because of what could potentially happen? We had no information regarding this.
So you weren't told anything about the leak on the 20th?
No, sir.
Okay. And then, so okay, so up until the 29th, you hadn't heard from the Army or the Navy or anyone at any time since then? Did you ever get a notice from anyone that you should stop using the water?
No, I went onto the Joint Base Pearl Harbor Hickam Facebook page Monday morning once I smelled the gas-like smell out of our faucet to see if they had posted anything. And I saw one of their posts that said, we're investigating some of the people that are complaining about the water. There's no indication that the water isn't safe right now. And I believe that was posted on Sunday evening, if I'm correct. And I read that Monday morning and we just completely stopped. We didn't want to take any risks. So we stopped everything then.
When you say you stopped everything, you stopped using the water in your house?
Correct.
Did you stop using the water in your house for all purposes or what,
Yeah. Yes. As soon as I smelled the water in the sink, I just I kind of started thinking, okay, well, how long has this been happening? If they're saying the leak was, almost a week ago, is this why my entire household has been sick this week? Is this why we're all experiencing stomach issues? Is this why my dog is vomiting?
Okay, well, so since that time, sounds like we're now on the 29th of November. Have you turned on any of the taps in your house since then?
Unfortunately, yeah, it's kind of like being on autopilot. I'm an artist. I work with paint. So, going to rinse my brushes or to wash my hands, I'm not thinking fully. So I've done it a few times to where I'm accidentally turning on the faucet and immediately can smell it. And I back off, but I'm not the only one either.
When you say you're not the only one, what do you mean by that?
There's actually been a few of my neighbors and people that I know down the road who have also accidentally, weren't thinking and have turned on the water. A girl who was down the street gardening turned on her hose faucet to rinse her hands after potting, and her fingers swelled up. She showed a picture and she couldn't even get her ring off of her finger because her fingers on her hands were so swollen.
Do you remember when that happened?
I believe that was December 4th when I heard about that.
You heard about that one. So are there any other reasons why you have to run your water in your house?
I mean, for everything really, but no. It's hard not being able to shower or do anything, cook, to brush my teeth, to wash my face, to wash my hands safely. I have to, do all of these things with bottled water. I use water, every 15 minutes in my house, and I don't think I really realized how much I did use water until this all happened.
And what sort of symptoms have you experienced as a result of the contaminated water in your house?
So while we were still ingesting it, it was the stomach bloat, visible stomach bloat, really painful. I had burning sensation. My husband also had a burning sensation. After our soup that Sunday, we both felt pretty nauseous. And I'm a pretty good cook, so I was a little upset. But we both were pretty sick. We both felt like we were going to vomit almost all evening. And then when we had to flush our systems of the water, that is when my migraines really started, and I had terrible headaches for days on end. So the headaches and stomach aches both.
So when you said you had to flush your system, what are you talking about?
So the Joint Base Pearl Harbor Hickam page had posted, can all of the residents in military housing please turn on your faucets and flush the system for 3 to 5 minutes, just to try and get any contaminants flush them out of the system. So, we tried to do that. We wanted to be proactive and listen. So we did that. I opened all my windows prior, but the smell in my house was so strong that I started to get dizzy, and I was home alone. So I got pretty worried and just stepped outside and called my husband because it was awful. My nose was burning all on the bridge of my nose. And then my headache started, and I had a migraine for about 5 days.
Wow. And so have you gotten any instructions from the Army about whether you should use your water system for any purpose?
The Army, we went to a town hall at the hotel that we are staying at, and they made it very clear that we shouldn't be using our water for anything.
So they told you don't turn on the tap at all?
Yes.
Okay. Now, you also in your declaration, you mentioned some medical attention that your dogs received. Could you talk about that?
Yes, both me, my husband, and my dogs went to the medical screenings and vet services that were put together by the Army in our community center. So my husband and I both went and did our medical screenings, and just to get checked out. I was still having my migraines. And then we also saw the vet. I believe he was from the Fort Shafter vet clinic, but he was at the community center just checking up, and he was trying to set up something for all of the pets that were impacted. My golden retriever was looked at. He was better by the time, because we did have to wait a week until we could get into a vet service. But he did say, that That's very common for, something like that going in their stomach. Of course, they're gonna, throw that up. If he doesn't get better, bring him back in. And yeah, that was about the rundown for the vets. Okay.
So how is the Navy spill on November 20th affecting your life right now?
In every form. I can't do anything. Even last night, like, I'm gonna start crying thinking about it. Like last night, we had our whole day planned. We have to plan every single day out ahead of time so we know where we're gonna eat and where we're gonna be showering that evening, because we did get a hotel, but when I work during the day, or my husband and I have something in an early morning, we decide to stay home, a night or two in the week. And last night I stayed home so I could be here for this today. And we went to the showers that are supposed to be set up for us and open for us, and they were closed, and I had nowhere to shower last night. Just everything. Our entire schedule revolves around, okay, well, what time do we need to leave the house to get to Waikiki so we're not sitting in traffic, so we can have a clean shower? Where are we going to eat tonight? Because if we make something at home, it takes hours to do dishes with bottled water. It's awful. Every single aspect of my life has changed. There is no normalcy in my life, in my day-to-day whatsoever. My work is impacted. My husband's job is impacted. Absolutely everything.
I'm very sorry, and I appreciate your sharing that. There's just a couple more things I'd like to touch on, if it's okay. Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. I understand that from your declaration. Do you need a moment? Are you okay?
No, I'm okay. I'm worked up, but
okay. On December 1st, you attended a town hall that the Army and Navy hosted. Do you remember that?
Yes. Okay,
and in your declaration, you mentioned a video clip that is we call Exhibit S36. And if you have a minute, I'd like to show you that video clip, assuming my technological abilities. So if you just stand by, let me try and get this up.
Okay.
And okay, hopefully you can see the still of this video. Okay.
Yes, sir.
Okay, and I'm just gonna play it. Yeah, and let me know if you can't hear the volume, then I'll try it again, but hopefully it'll work.
Do a little backstory before I ask my question. I am a single active duty mom to 2 special needs kids. On Sunday, my children took a bath, and for 45 minutes afterwards, they complained of burning skin. On Monday, I woke up sick, and I've been dizzy ever since. I work full time. I have very little help here because I'm on an island with no family. You guys are invalidating hundreds of people's claims, saying that they're having these issues, and giving us water and telling us to boil it ourselves or go out of our way to take a shower someplace that's not our home. I have to find other places to try to wash my clothes or my dishes, and it's really very difficult for me to stay my mind on the mission, because being in the military, the mission is our #1 goal. I can't keep my mind on my mission and everything going on at home because I don't have the basic necessities right now for my kids and myself. And so what can you guys do to help those that cannot live in their house and that cannot concentrate on their jobs? And for our soldiers and sailors and airmen out here who might be deploying in the next couple of days and have to worry about their families having clean water and being able to survive while they're gone. I know people have asked for their BAH bags to be able to get hotels or being put up in hotels. Why is that not happening for people? Because right now people are having issues. They are getting medical attention. They are asking and having complaints, and we don't feel like we're being heard. We're being told that other people are fine, they're drinking the water. I'm sick, but I can't take the time to go get seen because I have a mission, I have inspections coming up, and I have my kids to worry about. So what more can you do? Because right now it's not enough. It's not enough for me, and it's not enough for my kids, and it's not enough for my neighbors.
I was on Monday at my workplace. I ended up at ER with inhalation of fuel that I have problems now. And I know 2 people who ended up at ER after me. That it's not normal. I should have normal and safe workplace, and they should be informed what is going on also. I'm only a worker. I am not nobody hiring. I'm a worker, yet I'm paying now for having health problems.
My second question is just, I know that we were told to get our animals seen if they're sick, but what about those of us who can't afford that out of pocket? Are there going to be vets on base that are going to be able to see animals? What is the plan? Because my service animal is sick as well, and just a walk-in to pet vet is $120 per animal. That's almost $250 just to get my dog seen. They've been sick since Thanksgiving. They're still throwing up and they still have diarrhea, and I'm trying to get them seen, but I can only go in as a walk-in, and I cannot afford that out of pocket right now.
Went away, and then it came back, and then it went away, and then my kids started vomiting, and my kids started having diarrhea, and now I have my 3-year-old that's still having vomiting, diarrhea, fevers. Just last night, I had to be in the urgent care with them. So it sucks that I have to be standing here so you guys can understand the level of urgency this is on all of us. It's not right. I should be at home with my kids right now, not here. I literally had to get off of work so I can stay home for the rest of this week, because I'm sure both of them are not gonna get better tomorrow. And my work is not gonna be paying me for those time off. So my thing is, I believe you're the doctor, right, sir? What is the residual effects on these kids as well as ourselves? Because I've had symptoms, and I'm an adult, I can deal with it. I'm a big girl, I'm gonna pull my big girl panties on, but what about these kids? What are the residual effects on this?
Okay, Ms. Charters, just want to ask you, is that video, is that a accurate depiction of what you personally observed at the December 1 meeting at AMR?
Yeah, that was actually me in the bottom left corner of the first clip as well. So, but yeah, those are my neighbors. That's my community hurting.
Okay, and I thank you. I realize this is hard. There's just one more set of questions I'm going to ask you. You also attended a town hall, this time at Hickam on December the 5th. Do you remember that?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and attached to your declaration, we had a exhibit S39, which is a clip, video clip. I'm going to just show that to you if you hold on one second. Okay, hopefully you can see the video on the screen share, and I'll just play it.
We moved into our home in March of this year with our beloved, now deceased dog, my infant son and husband. My husband has gladly and readily served this country, and I have stood by his side and stood up for this community on a number of occasions. As a key spouse, as a friend and a mentor to both other spouses and service members. And I have wrongly assumed that this leadership would be doing the same for us daily. What I'm really here to ask is why? Why did the Hawaii Department of Health publish in September of 2009 in their frequently asked questions regarding the Red Hill Fuel Storage Facility that the most likely catastrophic release scenario would be piping failure with release into the lower access tunnel? I'm here to ask why in May of this year that pipeline released not 1,000 gallons as originally indicated, but 1,618 gallons, of which greater than 60 were not captured. And this spill, per your department's issuance, was released into the lower access tunnel with contamination into the soil well above historic fuel averages for that area, which people state that they were supposedly difficult samples to obtain due to sudden limited access, though I cannot verify those statements. I'm here to ask why on November 20th was another 14,000 gallons of fuel and water released again into the lower access tunnel mentioned above. I'm here to ask why the Hawaii Board of Health and Water have had difficulty obtaining results for July, August, and September, results which are seemingly incriminating. I'm here to ask why you did not protect us when the most catastrophic release scenario happened in excess. When the EPA and published material safety data sheets say for both xylene and naphthalene with repeated exposure, such as daily ingestion of water, indicate central nervous system damage, liver, kidney, lung, heart damage, digestive tract issues, drowsiness, dizziness, and other damage to vital organs. Why have you told us that the water was safe to drink, to bathe in while you waited for results that you already had? I'm here to ask why you weren't a wingman to protect my 13-month-old son that I was bathing him when I was giving him a sippy cup full of water from my faucet when he has been throwing up for days on end. I'm here to ask why you weren't my wingman. As my husband and I have had mysterious symptoms such as sore throats, burning in my stomach, profuse unusual sweating, headaches unable to be mitigated requiring multiple ER visits for additional medications, vomiting, diarrhea, skin irritation. I'm here to ask why you weren't there protecting my family when we made the heartbreaking choice to put my beloved dog down after a mysterious illness and thousands of dollars trying to discover why, suddenly after being healthy, she was having coughing, choking, vomiting, difficulty breathing, loss of appetite, depression, general weakness, intermittent dry and oily feces, shivering, head tremors, lack of coordination, and dehydration, because suddenly it now makes sense why she would seemingly go days without drinking water and then vomit after drinking some. I dare say that you murdered my dog, but causation is not correlation, so I am left to speculate. At this point, I know your seat has been hot for a few days, and whatever you knew
1 sec, let me just see if it catches up.
before this incident became widely publicized and picked up internationally by the media is between you and your maker. But now I ask with all eyes and ears on you that you fix this, and you fix it honestly. And I implore you to truthfully let us know how long we've been exposed so we can take precautions in the coming years and decades.
Okay, Ms. Charters. Again, sorry to bring this stuff up.
Yeah.
With the exception of the little jerkiness on the video, is that an accurate depiction of what you saw on December the 5th at the Hickam Town Hall?
Yes, sir.
Okay, well, I really appreciate your time. At this time, I have no further questions. There may be some questions from others, so if you just sit tight, I'd appreciate it. Thank you.
Ms. Charters. Mr. Hargrove?
What was that? I'm sorry, I broke up.
Oh, I'm just asking the other council if they have any questions for you.
I have no questions, and we thank Ms. Charters for sharing experiences with us.
Ms. Gannon?
I have no questions, but on behalf of the Honolulu Board of Water Supply, thank you so much for appearing and giving your testimony.
Thank you.
Mr. Jensen?
Ms. Charters, I represent the Department of the Navy. My name is Craig Jensen, and I will have no questions for you, but I do want you to know that we thank you for your testimony, and on behalf of the department and myself too, we're very sorry for your troubles.
Thank you very much, Ms. Charters. We appreciate you being here today.
Thank you.
Well, thank you very much, Ms. Charters. Really appreciate it, and wish you and your family the best in this holiday season, and wish you well.
Thank you.
Aloha.
Your excuse, Ms. Charters. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Mr. Henkin?
That was our last witness. You could stop our clock.
Yeah, please do.
Thank you.
We'll get a
by the way, 60 minutes left.
just 60 minutes left just now.
Yes.
Okay, so you have 1 hour left. So we'll get a count for everybody when we come back. Why don't we take 10 and then we'll come back. So around 4:38 or so. Okay, we're on recess. Okay, all parties have presented their case in chief except for the Navy, who's last to go. Mr. Jensen, you reserved your opening statement for now, and you have 10 minutes when you're ready to proceed.
Thank you, sir. Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Craig Jensen. I represent the Department of the Navy. I want to state up front that the Navy recognizes the significant impacts caused by the contamination at the Red Hill shaft. And we are doing everything that we can do to make it right. The Secretary of the Navy has brought and will continue to bring all necessary departmental resources to bear to ensure that the health and welfare of the people are protected, that the Red Hill shaft is cleaned up, and that an incident like what happened on November 20th never happens again. In support of this commitment, the Navy has taken a significant number of actions to protect and care for people and to make good progress on the process of cleaning up. Now, what I'm going to do now, as is appropriate in an opening statement, is to give you a brief overview of the evidence that the Navy will present. Today, this afternoon, now, you're going to hear about what happened on November 20th, that there was a release of fuel. You will hear the Navy's initial assessment of how that release happened. I say initial because the release is currently under investigation, where the fuel came from and how the fuel made its way into the Red Hill shaft. You'll also hear about the Navy's immediate efforts to isolate the Red Hill shaft once we learned that it had been contaminated. We will introduce the Secretary of the Navy's order that ceased operations at Red Hill's underground storage tanks until such time as an ongoing investigation into the release is complete, and further ordered the continued isolation of the Red Hill shaft until water distribution lines can be flushed and the shaft can supply potable water that meets EPA drinking water standards. The Navy is taking care of its people, paying for alternative lodging for over 3,000 families, providing over 130,000 gallons of bottled water to over 4,000 families who have chosen to stay in their residences, along with portable showers and laundry services. In the past roughly 20 days, there have been 9 town hall meetings with the most senior Navy leaders, including one with the Secretary of the Navy and the Chief of Naval Operations, to hear concerns and pass information. And of course, Navy Medicine has responded with medical screenings, care, and a medical registry. You will also hear about the Navy's extensive sampling and testing efforts. These efforts, over 900 samples tested to date since the 20th of November, continue to make clear that the impacts of the November 20 release are all isolated at the Red Hill shaft. The Navy is already underway with efforts to clean up the contamination at the Red Hill shaft and in the drinking water distribution system. You will hear about the Navy's ongoing effort to remediate fuel in the shaft with the use of skimmers at the well site. The Navy is also working around the clock on acquisition of drinking water treatment systems. We've already purchased 25 granular activated carbon, or GAC, water filtration units that can filter up to 1 million gallons a day of filtered water for use at community hydrants to flush the water distribution system. These GAC treatment systems are here, and Navy will put them into service today. In addition, for the wellhead, the Navy has spent roughly $13 million for 2 much larger GACs that can filter 10 million gallons per day for use at the Red Hill shaft to flush that well. And as you've heard, we have a flushing agreement with the Department of Health. In addition, you will also hear the Navy is pursuing a permanent drinking water system for the Red Hill shaft with planned investment of up to $15 million this year and another $50 million next year. And of course, the Navy will not return Red Hill shaft to service until all contaminants have been removed, flushed from the affected distribution lines, buildings and homes, and the water tested and determined clean and in compliance with EPA drinking water standards. The Red Hill shaft contamination created a crisis, and many people remain justifiably upset and fundamentally inconvenienced by what has happened. There's a lot to do to return to normalcy, but plans are in place and being carried out to do just that. The Navy has isolated the Red Hill shaft and suspended operations at the underground storage tank facility. The Navy is taking care of people in extraordinary ways, as well it should. The Navy is testing constantly to continue to confirm that the only well affected by the November 20th release is the Red Hill well. In addition, we're already cleaning up the Red Hill well, the distribution system, and making substantial investments on water treatment. Finally, we are investigating the release. The emergency order was written for a situation that we just don't have today. There are other appropriate regulatory tools for long-term risk management, and the Navy is engaged in those processes with the Department of Health, as you've already heard. What you've heard so far today and what you're about to hear will demonstrate all this. Thank you, sir. Sir, the part of the Navy calls Jim Balaki.
Please admit. Mr. Malaki,
Good evening.
could you, could you speak again? It was just a little bit soft.
Yeah, good evening. I'm trying to project as best I can.
Oh, that's much better. That's much better. Thank you. Okay, my name is Dave Day. I'm the hearing officer. Could you please raise your right hand? You swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth under penalty of perjury?
I do.
Okay. Mr. Jensen.
Mr. Balaki, good afternoon, sir, or actually good evening, sir. How are you?
Tired. Thank you.
Sir, could you please state your position?
My name is James B. Balaki. I am the acting principal deputy assistant secretary of the Navy for Energy, Installations, and Environment.
Thank you. And can you briefly explain for us what that role entails?
In that role, I am the principal advisor to the Secretary of the Navy and the Assistant Secretary of the Navy for Energy, Installations, and Environment on all matters related to facilities, infrastructure, safety, and environment, including pollution prevention, environmental protection and compliance, and remediation or restoration if necessary. I am the senior career civil servant responsible for these matters.
Thank you, sir. And how long have you been in this position?
Since July of 2021 this year.
Thank you. Now, Secretary Balaki, you don't know this yet, but I'll represent that earlier today, your declaration was already admitted into evidence. So I'm going to ask you a couple of questions about your declaration. Did you indeed sign a declaration on the 17th of December, 2021?
I did digitally.
Thank you. And is that declaration a complete and accurate accounting of the representations you would like to make at this hearing, sir?
As of that point in time, it is, yes.
Okay, sir. And are there updates that you would like to represent?
No.
Okay. Can you tell us, please, you're in DC right now, correct?
Yes, sir.
Can you tell us, please, when you arrived on Oahu?
I arrived on December 1st, 2021, at the direction of the Secretary of the Navy. I remained there on the island until the 14th of December.
Okay. And what were you originally sent to Hawaii to do?
The Secretary asked me to provide presence on the island to assist the Commander Pacific Fleet and his staff in addressing matters associated with the events which resulted from the 28 November incident related to fuel at Red Hill Shaft. I provided that assistance exclusive of all other duties, really foregoing all my other responsibilities in the department for that period of time. I returned to Washington, D.C. On the 15th of December and have maintained daily vigilance over those activities.
Okay. All right. And again, how closely were you involved in the efforts while you were out here?
I was intimately involved in the efforts every day.
Okay. So let's talk about some of the Navy's response and the immediate actions in the wake of the contamination to the Red Hill facility. Sir, when was the Navy first made aware that the Red Hill shaft may be contaminated?
On the 28th of November, the Navy began receiving reports from residents of PPV housing
Sir, what is PPV housing?
Certainly. PPV is a public-private venture. The military, some 20 years ago, sold its housing to a series of private companies to operate the homes privately. So they're privately owned homes on military installations.
Okay. And are all military housing in Hawaii PPV housing?
Yes.
Okay. So it's all military housing. So you received a series of reports from PPV housing about what? I'm sorry, I interrupted.
Yes, from the residents of those privatized homes, that they detected an odor of gas or chemical smell when they used their tap or had access to water supply through bath or other means.
Okay. All right. And was the source of this contamination suspected on the 20th of November?
After receiving the reports, the Navy was able to identify that based on the location of the homes where the reports were received, the Red Hill shaft was the proximate provider of water to drinking water to those homes. So as a result of that, the Navy took immediate actions to isolate or shut down the Red Hill shaft between the hours of 5:30 p.m. that Sunday, the 28th, and finally completing that action at 9:15 p.m. that same day.
Okay. And is the Red Hill shaft the only source of drinking water for the Navy?
No, it's not. The Navy's water system aboard Joint Base Pearl Harbor Hickam, also serving the Aliamanu military reservation and Red Hill housing area, which are both sub-installations of the Army, are a Navy water system that is served by three source wells, Red Hill shaft being one of them. The second is what we call the Navy Aiea Halava shaft in Halava. And then the third is the Waieva shaft. So there are three that are connected by a network of distribution lines.
Okay, and are those other two shafts still operating?
No, they are not. Out of an abundance of caution, following the Board of Water Supply's decision to close their Halava shaft, the Navy also shut down its Aiea Halava shaft, I'm sorry, that on the 3rd of December.
Okay. And what has the Navy done to take care of those people who do not want to stay in their homes due to the lack of potable water?
So the Navy has done a number of things. First, it immediately on the 30th of November contracted for and began providing, to my awareness, on the 1st of December. I saw it physically on the 1st of December, the provision of bottled and bulk water to those residents. It also made available temporary lodging in hotels for those families that were unable to use their water systems or felt unsafe using them. To date, some over 3,000 families, as of just this afternoon, 3,444 families, in fact, are occupying those hotel rooms. Approximately 4,000 residents have remained in the housing areas and are provided temporary access to bottled water or bulk water, which is a typical and common practice when water supplies are contaminated.
Okay. And those 3,400 and some odd families that are living in hotels, who's paying for that?
The Navy.
Okay. All right.
In some cases,
And those
they're Army families, the Army is paying for some of those, at least at the moment.
Okay. And the 4,000 families that are remaining in their homes, who's paying for the bottled water and the bulk water that they're receiving?
Yeah, the Navy is paying for that. I would also add that the Navy has made available a per diem payment to those families to offset the cost of the difficulties with access to utility or to water that they've had, and the impact that it would have on their ability to cook and prepare meals or do other kinds of things like laundry, for example.
Do you know how much that per diem is?
I do not.
Okay. All right. Do you have a good estimate as to how much bottled water or how many gallons of water have been provided to the personnel affected by the contaminated water?
I watch the daily reports, and it varies between 15 and 20,000 gallons provided daily. As my last count, it was around 150,000 gallons of bottled and bulk water had been provided. I may be off some, but that was when I last totaled it.
Okay. In addition to taking care of our people, has the Navy also made efforts or strides towards installing drinking water treatment systems at the areas impacted by the Red Hill shaft contamination?
It has a couple of things. Presently, the Navy has contracted for up to $20 million to procure a temporary granulated activated carbon filtration system to install on the Red Hill shaft as a part of the eventual remediation of it. In addition, the Navy has procured a number, I think 24 was the number of granulated activated treatment systems to help them with flushing the distribution system.
Okay.
In addition, the Navy has begun to make arrangements for procurement of a permanent treatment system. We're still in the process of looking at that, to figure out how we will fit that into the budget, ensuring that we get the right cost estimates, because we really kind of get, one opportunity with the Congress. As well, we're looking at making use of an emergency construction authority available to us under the law that allows us to expend up to $50 million immediately to address that, if that's appropriate. Again, we don't have a final answer on that because this is still relatively newish, but the staffs are working to make that authority available.
Drinking water treatment system of the size you discuss and being permanent sounds expensive. Would $50 million be enough to pay for such a system?
Likely not. Our estimates run anywhere from 100 to $300 million. The last estimate that we heard that was relatively firm was a couple of years old, about $100 million. So that's what we're working from, but we're working fast and furious to refine that estimate.
Okay, I'd like to have you talk a little bit about what the Navy is doing to try to understand the cause of the Red Hill shaft contamination.
The commander of Pacific Fleet, Admiral Paparo, appointed an investigating officer on the 23rd of November to examine the two incidents that had preceded the events of the 28th, one on the 6th of May and one on the 20th of November. He subsequently, and where there were fuel leaks in the facility involved. He subsequently, on the 3rd of December, amended that convening order to add this set of events, a set of circumstances that transpired on the 28th and thereafter, to find out what, if any, connections there might be.
All right, sir. I'm going to show you what's been marked as Exhibit N1A. Catherine Orzon. Thank you. Can we blow that up a little bit?
Thank you.
You're welcome. So do you recognize the document?
I do.
And what is that document?
It is the convening order to Admiral Kavanaugh to investigate the two incidents that I just discussed.
Is it the original convening order or the subsequent one?
It is the original order of 23 November.
All right, sir. Thank you. I'd like to take that down and show attachment N1B, please. And what is that, sir?
That is the amendment or addendum to the convening order that I just discussed that expands the scope of the investigation.
To include the incidents of 28 November and beyond?
That's correct, sir.
All right, sir. And it's dated 3 December?
It is.
All right, sir. And I'd like to blow it up a little bit because I want to have you focus the hearing officer's attention on a particular date. And sir, would you look at paragraph 2 when it's blown up a little bit? And would you advise the hearing officer as to what the date is for the completion of its investigation?
Yes, the investigating officer is directed to complete and submit the report to Admiral Paparo not later than the end of the business day on the 14th of January, 2022.
All right, sir, thank you. Can you take that down, please? Sir, are you familiar with the Secretary of the Navy's order to the Chief of Naval Operations dated 7 December 2021 to cease all operations at the Red Hill Underground Storage Tank?
Yeah, pardon me. I am, yes.
No worries, sir. And are you also familiar with the Department of Health's emergency order issued December 6, 2021 that is subject to this hearing?
Yes, I am.
Thank you, sir. I'd like to talk to you about the similarities, differences, and gaps between those two orders. First, when did the Navy begin carrying out the Secretary's order?
That same day, 7th of November.
And is it carrying it out today?
Yes.
When was the last fuel operation at Red Hill?
The last fuel transfer was conducted in the Red Hill Underground facility on the 26th of November, 2021.
Okay. Thank you. I'm going to ask that Exhibit N1C be put up.
Mr. Jensen, may I ask one clarifying question?
Yes, sir.
What is a fuel transfer when you say the last fuel transfer? What does that mean?
Movement of fuel between tanks.
Okay, thank you.
Sir, do you recognize this document?
Can you blow it up just a little bit more, please?
Yes, sir.
I do.
And what is it, sir?
What is the Secretary of the Navy's directive to the Chief of Naval Operations to cease operations at the Red Hill Underground Bulk Storage Facility.
All right, sir. I'm going to refer you to paragraph 1 of the Secretary's order that calls for the cessation of all operations. Do you see that?
I do.
All right, sir. I'm going to ask you if you also see in paragraph 1 the language to wit, Navy will maintain environmental controls, release detection, and release response protocols in compliance with applicable regulations. Do you see that language, sir?
I do not, sir.
Okay, I'll represent to you that that language is in paragraph 1 of the suspension provision, which is a suspension provision of the Department of Health emergency order. And therefore, I have a question for you, sir. Will the Navy continue to maintain environmental controls, release detection, and release response protocols in compliance with applicable regulations during the pendency of this suspension under the Secretary of the Navy's order?
It will, sir.
And then why didn't the Navy put the language in here?
Because it is a matter of policy. It's embedded in our day-to-day operations by virtue of Operational Navy Instruction 5090.1 and Operational Navy Manual 5090.1, both entitled Environmental Readiness Program, which contain provisions directing all Navy operations to do exactly what you've just described.
Thank you, sir. I'm going to refer you to paragraph 2 of the order. What does that paragraph do?
It directs the Chief of Naval Operations to keep the Red Hill shaft and the Hawaiʻi shaft offline, to keep them disconnected from the water distribution system.
All right, sir. And you've already testified that that is happening. I'm going to refer you to paragraph 3. What does that paragraph?
Let me make one clarification. To keep them offline until safe water drinking has been established, or potable water can meet the EPA standard.
Thank you, sir.
Yes, sir.
I'm going to refer you to paragraph 3 of the Secretary's order. What does that paragraph do?
As I just testified, it directs the Chief of Naval Operations to evaluate or examine a drinking water treatment system for the Red Hill shaft, Red Hill well.
Okay, I'm not sure you testified that that was a requirement of the Secretary's order, but you definitely testified that you were pursuing that. So all the prior testimony with regard to portable GACs and $100 million MILCOMs and all that, that relates to this order, yes?
It does.
And this paragraph within the order, yes?
Yes.
Okay, I'm going to refer you to paragraph 4 of the order. What does that paragraph do?
It directs the Chief of Naval Operations to identify within 30 days an independent consultant to assess the operations and basically the material integrity of the system at the Red Hill Underground Storage Facility, and to develop a work plan to make any corrections to same if any deficiencies or defects are found.
Okay. Now I'm going to represent to you that paragraph 4 of the Department of Health emergency order directs the defueling of Red Hill tanks and states that refueling shall be subject to a determination by the department that it is protective of human health and the environment. So my question, sir, is will the Navy, pursuant to the Secretary's memo or otherwise, defuel the Red Hill tanks?
So paragraph 4 directs a work plan to address defects in operations or material findings. If as a part of those findings, it's indicated that defueling of one or more tanks should be necessary, the department will take that action. Yes, sir.
Okay. Sir, can you describe for the hearings officer in your own words, what is the national security need for the Red Hill bulk fuel storage system?
The Red Hill underground and above ground bulk fuel storage system provides a large preponderance of the war reserve fuel supply for the Indo-Pacific theater. It is fundamentally provided and available for all military forces operating on Hawaii or passing through Hawaii in the case of crisis or contingency. It's also available to the Hawaii Army National Guard and Air National Guard. It should also be made available to civilian authorities in the event of a crisis, and could be, in fact, made available to the Daniel K. Inouye International Airport, the Port of Honolulu, the Hawaiian Electric Company, and or ships or aircraft responding to a crisis. In short, this facility underground is a cyber protected, reinforced, gravity-fed system that provides petroleum to Pearl Harbor and other locations. It is a singularly unique facility that does not exist anywhere else under U.S. control from the west coast of the United States to the Indian Ocean.
All right, sir, thank you. Mr. Balaki, based on your role in the Department of the Navy's efforts to mitigate the impacts of the Red Hill shaft contamination, what is your position regarding the potential that human health, safety, or the environment may be impacted right now by that contamination?
First, it's clear that this event has disturbed the lives of many military residents, families, and citizens of Hawaii. It is also been my observation that the Navy has taken appropriate actions to protect the health and safety of the population, including first, isolating the wells. Secondly, providing alternate water, safe water to drink. Thirdly, providing alternate housing in the cases where homes were affected in a way such that the families were unable to cook or operate there. And fourthly, making information available regularly and routinely through multiple channels to those families. And then finally, by making medical resources available, in fact, flying in extra medical staff to assist in providing assessments to families, and then creating a registry so that the families that are affected and members that are affected can be known and have an attribution to this event should there be a future health effect. The Navy has isolated the Red Hill shaft and the Halava shaft. It will not return them to service until they are tested and found to be able to deliver water that meets the EPA's Safe Water Drinking Act standards. The commander of Pacific Fleet has established an investigation and will not return the Red Hill underground storage facility to operation until that investigation is complete. And finally, I guess I would say the Navy has taken every action to ensure the health and safety of people, to prevent damage to the environment. And I'm confident that those actions were appropriate and timely.
Thank you, sir. Secretary Balaki, I have no more questions. However, some of my co-counsel or my counsel here may want to ask you something, so I will turn it over to them.
Could you please stop the clock? Okay. Department of Health.
I do have some questions. Thank you.
Please start the clock for Department of Health.
Deputy Assistant Secretary Balaki, thank you for joining us today. I know that it's not convenient for you to appear before us, and I appreciate the time you're taking to do so.
Thank you.
My name is Wade Hargrove. I'm a Deputy Attorney General. I represent the Department of Health in this matter, and I have a few questions for you, if that's okay.
Please.
I've heard a description from you of a lot of work that's being done. It consists of providing water to those families affected by the crisis, relocation of families affected by the crisis. Would you characterize this as the Navy's emergency response to this crisis?
Yes, the Navy has made resources available on an urgent and compelling basis to do all of those things.
So you would agree with me that the Navy's posture with respect to this event is that it is an emergency?
It is an urgent and compelling circumstance.
Requiring the immediate action of those persons responsible to address the threat to human health?
Yes.
And the environment?
Yes.
I think most Americans are accustomed to seeing the armed forces of the United States participate in massive humanitarian relief efforts in our own communities and around the world when they are impacted by natural disasters, tsunamis, earthquakes, tornadoes have recently affected communities in the United States. And I think those are things that we take as Americans great pride in seeing our armed forces, the Navy, do. My question is, in most persons' experience, what we see is the airlifting of water. We see the Navy literally drop bottled water from aircraft, helicopters to provide that water to communities in need. And you've described the Navy's effort to do so in this instance, provide affected families with water. Would you rank the need of a community for water greater or less than their need for fuel?
I reject the question. I don't have an answer for that, sir.
Well, the reason I ask you this is because, and I'll turn your attention to,
I think it's a false choice. There are times when water is certainly the most important thing. There are times when fuel is essential as well. So I don't choose one over the other. Okay, that's just, yeah, not necessarily an appropriate choice to be posed.
Well, let me turn your attention to paragraph 21 of your declaration. I'm going to try and share my screen if I can.
Please.
Thank you. I don't know if folks can see this yet. Let's see, here it is. Are you able to see my screen? Okay, thank you very much. And I appreciate your indulgence here. I just would like to ask you, the representation here is one that the Department of Health has heard many times, and it's effectively a defense for the existence of this facility over our aquifer, that it provides a fail-safe in the event of a natural disaster, an emergency, something of that nature. And this paragraph, I believe, reflects that. I'm going to point your attention to something that you just said in response to Mr. Jensen's questions, that the fuels could be supplied to the airport, Hawaiian Electric, and things like this. I appreciate that fuel could assist the civilian population in some respects, but the question I have is if a natural disaster strikes and it's the Navy's responsibility to assist that community, do they place a priority on water before fuel, or do they not? I'm not asking you to choose between the two, but what is the Navy's priority when assisting a community in need in the event of a natural disaster?
So I'm not a first responder. I can't respond to your question. I'm sorry.
Let me ask you about a question. I'm sorry, a response that you provided for Mr. Jensen earlier. He asked you about the costs that are being incurred with respect to the response that the Navy is taking, the efforts that are being made. And I believe your description of the payment of that cost, I believe you described it as a Navy expense. The Navy is paying for it. The Department of the Navy is a publicly funded entity, is it not?
It is.
And you refer to congressional appropriations that would enable the Navy to pay these bills that they may or may not be incurring as a result of the crisis. Is that correct?
I have.
And so that mechanism of paying for this stuff, I believe you characterized an estimate of water treatment as being in the nature or the range of $100 to $300 million. Is that correct?
That's correct.
That cost is ultimately passed on to the taxpayer, is it not?
It is.
Let me ask you about the order from the commander, and I apologize for not recalling his name off the top of my head, but Mr. Jensen showed you an exhibit earlier. It's a directive to complete an investigation of these incidents by January 14th, correct?
Yes, from the Commander Pacific Fleet.
Thank you very much. My question is, why have a stop on that investigation?
I'm not sure I understand your question, sir.
Well, the investigation calls for a hard stop, and I would expect that the more pressing concern is fully understanding the full range of causation that has led to the situation that we find ourselves in on Oahu.
I don't disagree with you.
If there's a reason, I apologize. Do you know then, is there a reason for a hard stop of January 14th on that investigation?
You'll have to inquire with the Commander Pacific Fleet. However, it is not uncommon for a commander to set a due date for a investigation. One of the possible outcomes, the investigating officer may come back with a partial result and request additional time to complete his investigation.
And I guess my one last question would be, if I heard an expression in response to a question from my colleague, Mr. Jensen. He asked you about the possibility of the Navy defueling this facility. Why would not the Navy defuel the facility, allow the investigation to take whatever time is necessary, and then refuel the facility once it's deemed safe to do so?
I won't speculate on that, sir.
I have no further questions.
I won't go there.
I do not have any further questions, and I do want to thank you for your service to this country.
It's an honor. Thank you, sir.
Please stop the Department of Health's clock. Board of Water Supply.
Thank you, Hearing Officer Day. Secretary Blocky, my name is Ella Foley-Gannon, and I represent the Honolulu Board of Water Supply. And I'd like to ask you some questions about your testimony. I also appreciate you being here. I know it is certainly late in your day, and so we certainly appreciate you taking the time to speak with us about this really important matter. So when we were talking through this, I just want to be clear that I understand your position. Do you consider the events that have occurred at Red Hill to be a crisis?
Define crisis.
I'm using it in the normal sense. Would you describe it as a crisis?
An urgent and compelling situation, perhaps, not a crisis.
Is contamination in drinking water that supplies the Navy's and some of the Army's servicemen's family and servicewomen's families a crisis?
To the extent that the Army or Navy have provided alternative drinking water to those families, I don't consider it so.
Are you aware of a briefing that was given to the Hawaii State Legislature on December 10th?
I am not aware of the subject of that briefing, only that one did occur. I was not in the room.
Okay, I would like to play you a clip, a video clip. Hold on one moment, we'll pull it up. And I'm going to play you a statement from Admiral Samuel Paparo, who you referenced, I think, earlier in your testimony. So I believe you're.
So before you start that, ma'am, for the hearing officer, may I make some notes during this portion of the?
Does anyone have an objection?
It's a very brief statement, but I do not have an objection.
I'd still thank you. I'd like to be able to make notes if I can.
Sure. May I ask, Ms. Gannon, is this an exhibit or what is this?
I'm using this as I indicated earlier, that I would like to use some documents on cross in response to testimony. So I'm offering this to address the issue of whether this is identified as a crisis by the Navy.
And before you play that, is there any objection to this?
I understand that this is a video of Admiral Paparo.
Admiral Paparo's testimony before the Hawaii State Legislature on December 10th.
No objection.
Okay, go ahead, Ms. Gannon.
Okay, thank you. The volume's not working. Hold on. Try it again.
If I may, just as a technical matter.
Yes, please.
You need to you need to share your screen by first clicking on advanced, then on video, and then accessing the video that way, or some such thing. That's why you didn't hear the sound on mine the first time around.
Okay, we'll try that. One moment. I apologize.
And it may need to be downloaded as a clip if you haven't already done that.
I believe we have it as a clip. We will try for a moment. If we do not get it, I will be able to read the quote. But I was hoping to have him be able to say his own statement, but all right, I think we're having trouble. So I don't want to waste everyone's time. I know it is late. So at that hearing, again, Admiral Paparo made the following statement, and I am quoting directly, and I can send the link to people if they want to confirm this. It said, "And let me start off by saying, from the very beginning of the crisis that we are in right now, the water crisis, the Navy is responsible for this crisis. We are taking ownership of the solutions and we are going to fix it. We are in the process of fixing it." And that is at 340 of the tape of the hearing. So I just want to then go back to, again, Secretary Blackie and ask, do you agree with the Admiral's characterization of the situation?
I don't necessarily agree.
Can you describe which part of that statement you don't agree with?
I find the qualifiers to be somewhat beyond the scope. Look, I would describe a crisis as an imminent and compelling threat to human life. Okay, I've been in combat, so I know what crisis looks like. This is a situation that can be remedied with the resources that have been brought to bear.
And so you disagree with Admiral Paparo?
I do.
But when he was speaking, I would assume he was speaking for the Navy.
You will have to ask. I believe that he was, but again, I wasn't there.
Okay.
I don't know whose opinion he was offering.
Right, because he was testifying on behalf of the Navy. So we'll just have that entered into the record.
Yeah,
But I know
the context. I don't know.
Okay.
I don't know other than what you've represented.
Okay, I note your disagreement with the Admiral. I want to go back to something you were talking with Mr. Jensen about. You noted that the Navy, you said you, but I assume you're saying the Navy first became aware of the contamination in the homes at the PPV, was it PPV?
Privatized homes, yes, ma'am.
Right, the PPV housing. Then, and the way that the Navy first became aware of it was because the residents were tasting and smelling fuel. Is that correct?
What was reported was a smell, not a taste.
Okay, but there was no indication prior to the residents actually smelling fuel from water in their faucets that there was any problem in any water being delivered from the Navy's system. Is that accurate?
What I'm reporting is what I know, and that is that we received reports on the 28th of November. We have nothing that was reported to us before that.
Are you aware of the monitoring that is regularly done at the Navy's facilities and the wells?
I'm aware that there is a regimen of monitoring. I'm not aware of the specifics of it.
Okay, so I'd like to pull up an exhibit, and this is Exhibit B 420. And this has no sound, so I think we can get there. You can see from the caption that this.
Magnify it, please, a little bit. I'm unable to see it.
Sure.
Thank you.
Can you go? Let's go up to the top of page, page 33 is fine of the PDF. Okay, so then this is for the record, bait stamped BWS 043653 is the page number that I'm referring to now. Can you see that? Can you see that the heading now?
I can see the heading.
And if I represent you that this was given to us as showing that some of the DOH water results from testing that was done in the Navy's wells, would you agree with that assessment?
I don't know. I've not seen this before. I can't validate or invalidate this document. I've never seen it.
Okay, so, but I'd just like to direct you to a couple of results that we noted. And this first one is.
Officer Day, I'm going to object.
This is in evidence.
That's not the objection. The questions are asked and answered. He's aware that there's a testing effort going on within the Department of the Navy. He has no specific information with regard to the testing or the results, or indeed the results of testing by Department of Health. This is asked and answered. It's appropriate to continue down this road.
I'm going to give a little bit of latitude right now, and Ms. Gannon, you may proceed.
Thank you. So the first testing's results were done in July at various wells, according to this table. And you can see the highlighted provision, which is the results for TPHO. Do you see what that line that I'm referencing?
I'm having a very difficult time seeing it. It's not magnified enough.
Okay, we can magnify
I
it
can see
more.
yellow highlight, but I can't read any of the numbers in it.
Okay, it's bigger now. Does that work?
That works.
Okay, great. So that again, that line that's magnified is showing the results for TPHO. And you can see from in the first well, there's a number that shows 300, less than 300, then it says 370 and 480. In your view, are those heightened results for TPHO?
I have no idea.
Okay,
You represent that they are. I have no idea. I haven't seen this document before. I don't know what it represents. I don't know what it means. I'm sorry.
Do you have any knowledge of results from testing? Do you have any knowledge about water quality? Can you testify to that? I thought you spoke to that in your testimony.
My testimony was constrained and limited to my observations of the response that the Navy made to the incident, the event surrounding the 28 November event.
And so to be clear, so you have no ability to speak to when there would be a health risk because of water. Is that correct? Because of constituents in water.
If presented with an opportunity to study the documents, understand the context of those documents, I could. But presented with them here, I can't tell the context of this information.
Okay, so again, just knowing test results would not speak to the contamination present in water to your satisfaction. And if that's accurate, we can talk to other witnesses. I just want to be clear.
I suggest you do that, ma'am.
Okay, that's fine. We can take this down. So when the Navy became aware that contaminated water had been served to its residents, at least as early as November 28th, I heard in your testimony and your discussion with Mr. Jensen, you said that you immediately shut off the shaft. Is that correct?
After noticing the smell, the staff directed the shut off of the shaft at 5:30, and by 9:15 that evening, the 29th, it was isolated from the distribution system. That's correct.
And did you contact the residents in the housing units that are served by that shaft to let them know that the situation had occurred?
I don't know.
And you're not aware of when residents were made aware of that?
On the 28th, I'm not.
Do you know how the Navy went about determining whether it was safe for its service families that lived in this housing unit, whether it was safe for them to continue to drink this water?
Please ask the question again.
Do you know what steps the Navy took to determine whether it was safe for the service families who lived in this housing served by the Red Hill Shaft, whether it was safe for them to continue drinking the water that was being served in their homes?
I'm not aware of the discrete steps, no.
Are you aware of any steps?
At some point, after the Navy determined that an odor was present, it did make publicly released a press release that had informed the residents if they smelled an odor of fuel or chemicals, not to consume the water.
But you don't know how, again, you don't know how they.
I think it was the
Hold
next
on.
day.
One person talking at a time.
Sorry. Okay, but just so I'm clear on your testimony, you're not sure what steps they took or when that happened.
No, as I said, I am aware that the Navy issued a press release, a media release indicating to residents, and I'm not sure of the exact date. I think it was the next day, the 29th, that if residents smelled fuel or chemical smell, not to consume the water.
If there were press releases that or families indicated that they didn't hear that until December 3rd, would you believe that that was inaccurate?
I would not dispute that.
And if people had reported that the Navy initially said it was safe to drink the water, would you believe that that was inaccurate?
I would. I do recall at least one indication by a member of the staff that indicated that they were drinking the water. That was later retracted, but that was stated.
Okay. You had testified that you shut down your Aiea Halawa shaft. You said that was on December 3rd, was that correct?
That's correct.
And I thought you said, and I just want to make sure I understand the Navy's reasoning. You said you closed it down because BWS closed down their Halawa shaft. Was that accurate?
The rationale was twofold. One, out of an abundance of caution, and because the Board of Water Supply had previously secured their Halawa shaft.
And Erwin Kawada from the Board of Water Supply testified earlier in this proceedings that the reason that they shut down their shaft was because they were concerned that contamination could reach it. Did the Navy share that concern, and was that part of their decision to shut down your Aiea Halawa shaft?
I'm not aware.
So do you know what steps the Navy took to make that decision?
I do not.
You don't know what investigations occurred?
I do not.
You and Mr. Jensen were going through the Secretary's order and comparing it to the emergency order. And I have some follow-up questions on that. In the absence of the emergency order, the Department of Health's emergency order, who gets to make the decision on whether and when Red Hill facility gets to be operational again?
At this point, it would appear that the Secretary of the Navy has determined that ability, has left that ability at his level. Whether that's in fact an appropriate interpretation, I don't know. But certainly the memorandum indicates that a number of steps need to be taken to his satisfaction before that will be returned to operation.
But the Department of Health would not have a say in that decision. Is that correct?
It doesn't appear that the Department of Health was indicated in that memorandum. However, as the regulating agency for the state of Hawaii, one would anticipate the Department of Health would be consulted prior to doing that.
But under the terms of the order, they wouldn't have the right to make that decision.
Which order are you referring to, ma'am?
In the Secretary's order, I'm sorry.
I don't know that that's the truth. I'd have to defer to counsel, based on the regulatory construct in the state of Hawaii and the way in which the federal government abides by those by that construct.
No, I'm just asking for your opinion because you just walked through the terms of the order with counsel, Mr. Jensen. So I'm asking your opinion of that language. In that language, do you believe that the Department of Health has the authority to make the decision about whether Red Hill can become operational?
I don't know.
And in the absence of the order, is the Navy required now to safely defuel the Red Hill tanks?
In the absence of which order?
Of the Department of Health's emergency order.
No, as I indicated, the Secretary has directed a review of the operational and material status of the Red Hill underground fuels tanks. If findings are made in the work plan and it requires a defueling of one or more tanks, that action will be taken.
But without knowing what that work plan says, right now, we don't know that there will be any requirement about defueling tanks. Is that correct?
Again, without the work plan, I can't tell you what work would be required, Councilman.
And who will make the decision about whether the work plan requirements are followed or not?
I don't know.
Because the language that I saw in the Secretary's order, it said that the Navy would consult with a third-party consultant. I did not read that it said that it would comply with the recommendations of a third-party consultant. So are you aware of any provision or any other direction that's been issued that says that the Navy has to comply?
I'm not aware of any other direction at this time.
Okay, thank you. You also, I also just had one other question about, and I'm not sure if you know this or not, but when you made the decision to shut off and to isolate the Red Hill shaft, did the Navy notify BWS that it was taking that action?
I do not know.
And when they made the decision to shut off your Aiea Halawa shaft, did you inform the BWS of that decision?
I do not know.
Okay. Just a couple more questions. So you testified that the Navy is going to do a root cause analysis for the May 6th and the November 20th events. Can you briefly describe to me what steps are going to be taken to do that root cause analysis?
No, I cannot. That is left to the investigating officer, and I don't believe that's what I testified. What I testified was that an investigation would be conducted into the circumstances surrounding those two events, May 6th and November 20th.
Oh, I see. So you're not sure that's going to be a root cause analysis.
I don't know if it will or it won't be. I can't affirm or deny that.
So you don't have any information on what this investigation is going to entail? You can't speak to that?
No.
Okay. Okay. Well, we'll see if any other witnesses can. And the Navy has made representations to the Department of Health, to the public, to the Board of Water Supply, and to others, that there are systems within systems to ensure that releases don't happen.
Objection beyond the scope of direct.
Please repeat the question. Let Ms. Gannon finish the question and then.
Sure. I was talking about Secretary Blocky made a lot of statements about all of the things that are in place to help make sure that releases aren't happening and that there are ways to respond to these. And I'm just trying to understand, and maybe he can't speak to this too either, but I'm trying to understand with all of these systems that are there and in place, how do the releases keep happening?
So
Board of Water Supply 60 minutes to meeting.
Thank you.
Hold on, and so Mr. Jensen, you have an objection for beyond the scope?
Yes, sir. That Mr. Bulaki did not testify with regard to anything related to the underground storage tank systems. Mr. Bulaki was here and testified with regard to his actions in support of taking care of people while he was in Hawaii from the 1st to the 14th of December. It's a misrepresentation to suggest that he was speaking with regard to systems within systems for the underground storage tank, sir.
And I thought as a principal testifier, I thought that he was able to speak to the Navy's systems. But if he's not the appropriate person to talk to about this, then we will ask another witness.
Well, Ms. Gannon, I'm gonna, again, just give you, this is your time. And if you just want to ask a few questions, I'll give you a little bit of leeway on this again. So just, you can proceed with the question if you'd like.
Thank you. Do you want me to repeat that, Secretary Blackie?
So no, I've got it.
Okay.
And what I'll say is essentially two things. One, I made no assertions whatsoever about systems of systems in my direct or in my written statement. And I have no knowledge of those for the purposes of this hearing.
Okay. I have no other questions now. Thank you so much for taking the time to speak with me.
Yep. Good evening.
Please stop the clock for BWS. Mr. Henkin.
Good evening, Mr. Bulaki.
Indeed, sir.
My name is David Henkin. I'm an attorney with Earth Justice, and I'm representing the Sierra Club in this proceeding. I appreciate your staying up late for us, and I'll try and get to the point. So,
well, I'm afraid Monday Night Football is over, so there's nothing left to do this evening.
Well, fortunately, we live in the 21st century, and you can watch it after the fact.
Yes,
all righty. So first, I'd like to clarify regarding the notification that the Navy provided to the residents, because I believe you suggested to Ms. Gannon that you thought maybe the Navy sent out notification to the residents as early as November 29th of 2021 that they should not drink the water. But your declaration on paragraph 7 says that notice went out on December 3rd. It wasn't on December 3rd that the Navy first notified, as it says in your declaration, area schools, child development centers, and all residents serviced by the system that they shouldn't drink the water?
so that is correct. However, I believe there was an earlier release made, and I may have the dates wrong, but on the 29th or the 30th.
There was one on the 29th, but wasn't that from the Department of Health, not from the Navy?
The Department of Health certainly did make one. I'm also aware that the Navy made a release subsequent to that.
You believe that the Navy made a release sometime before the December the 3rd?
I do.
Other than to tell the residents that the water was fine and they should continue drinking it?
I do.
Okay, well, I'm sure that your counsel will find that if in fact the Navy did that. But with respect to, so in your view, if the Navy had received reports on November the 28th that people were smelling fuel in their water, would there have been a problem if they had waited 5 days to actually tell people to stop drinking the water?
I'm not in the business of judging what is or isn't appropriate with respect to notification. So I'm not going to answer the question.
Would you want to know if someone had detected fuel in the water system that serves your home?
I certainly would be interested in being aware. Yes.
Okay. Turning now to the Secretary's order. So this is Secretary of the Navy December 7 order. I believe you're quite familiar with it. Paragraph 1, the cessation of all operations at Red Hill underground storage tanks until the investigation is complete, correct?
Yes.
And I believe you testified that the deadline was extended to, for that investigation to be completed to January the 14th of next year. Is that right?
I did not.
Well, I'm sorry.
That the investigation, which is the source of another appointing order, convening order, had a deadline of the 14th of January. This particular document was issued on the 7th of November and did not give such a suspense date.
I'm sorry, this was on the 7th of December, correct? Not
Yes,
November.
7th of December.
Okay, so So the investigation that is referenced in paragraph 1 of the Secretary of Navy's order, is that the investigation that Pacific Command is carrying out?
Can you please show me the document?
Well, it's attached to your declaration. So
I was not allowed to have any documents present.
Documents. I can show the document if you'd like.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
My pleasure. Document N. Geez. If you already know which document we're talking about, Razan, just throw it up there. Otherwise, I'm going to take a minute.
Well, N1A.
N1A.
And then we'll need N1B. But we'll start with N1A, and I appreciate it. Okay, so Mr. Balaki, so this is your declaration. This is your exhibit N1A.
A little bit.
And
thank you.
And so is this the investigation that the commander of U.S. Pacific Fleet ordered, and initially it was supposed to be completed? Let's see, the date, I believe it might be on the next page of when it needed to be completed by 23 December. Do you recall that?
I do.
Okay, so this is the investigation that the Secretary of the Navy is referencing in paragraph 1, saying until this investigation is done, the tanks need to, cease of operations, correct?
Again, can you show me the Secretary of the Navy's order so that I can compare what you're saying, please?
Sure, that is exhibit N1C. My friends at the Navy would help me, or I could start sharing screen because I got that one.
Okay, N1C, please.
Thank you.
It's up. Can you please blow it up?
Okay, paragraph 1. And sir, we're just talking about what you've sworn under penalty of perjury that you could testify to.
Yes, no, I just want to make sure that the documents that are being cited here, well, this doesn't specifically reference that investigation by serial or any other, indication of the date of the memorandum. One might assume that that's the investigation that the Secretary of the Navy is referring to.
Okay, you work for the Secretary of the Navy, right? You're principal advisor?
Do.
And you work specifically on this issue, the Red Hill spill?
I have been.
So you don't know what the Secretary is referring to as far as the investigation?
Because there's not a direct reference to the documents that you just showed me, it's not certain that that's the investigation that he is referring to. However, I will assume for the purposes of your argument that that is so.
I have no argument. I'm trying to get information here, sir. So what investigation, when will we know that the investigation is complete if we don't know what the investigation is?
Well, again, assuming as we will that the investigation that's being referred to in paragraph 1 is the Secretary's, is the Commander Pacific Fleet's investigation that you just showed me earlier, then the 14th of December, again, adding the additional convening order would be that date.
That would be the 14th of January, sir?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And the tanks were shut down on November the 28th, correct?
26th.
On the 26th?
Yes, I testified that there was last defueling, last fuel transfer operation occurred on the 26th of November.
Okay, but now on the 28th, no more fuel is coming out of those tanks, right? That was the order that went down on the 28th, correct?
I don't know what you're referring to.
Okay. So with respect to the Secretary of the Navy's order on December the 7th, there have been no transfers of fuel, you say, since November the 26th, correct?
That's correct.
And there are not going to be any until this investigation that you believe is the one that the Pacific Command is doing is complete, correct?
That's correct.
And right now, the end date for that is January the 14th, correct?
Yes.
And that date could be extended, you said, if by January the 14th, they don't have answers to the questions. The Secretary said, let's get answers to the questions. So it could be longer than the 14th, correct?
One of the outcomes is that the investigating officer may ask for additional time. It's not certain, but that is a potential outcome.
So no access by the military or anyone else to these storage tanks from November 26th until some indefinite date in the future, correct?
I don't know that that's the case.
Isn't that what paragraph 1 says and what you just testified to?
You put a hypothetical on top of it, no access to any point in the future. Look, I'm not going to speculate what might or might not happen in a week from now. It could be that there's a need to waive what the Secretary has written and change that.
Okay, so the Secretary could rescind this order next week if there's a need to tap into the Red Hill tanks.
Precisely.
Okay. So moving on to paragraph 4 of the same order. Thank you, Navy friends, if you could scroll down. So no, not that far. Okay, paragraph 4. This is where there's this qualified independent third party who's going to assess operations, right? You remember that?
And system integrity, yes.
Okay. And I believe you testified that if the recommendation was that one or more tanks needed to be defueled, that would happen, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so the Navy, if the Navy decides that it needs to defuel the tanks because it's unsafe, the Navy will do that, right?
I don't know that I said because it was unsafe.
Or
the
why
work plan requires it for some reason, then the defueling of one or more tanks would be conducted.
Okay, so that could happen and the fuel would just go somewhere else and then be available to the military, right?
Presumably.
Okay, and how long would it take to defuel one of these tanks?
I don't know.
You have no, that's outside of your technical expertise?
That's right.
Okay, then I guess my last question for you, sir, is I'm trying to, and we can stop sharing screen. Thank you so much. I'm trying to understand your definition of crisis. And am I correct in understanding that in your view, something's a crisis only if people are dying?
Not necessarily.
So people getting sick, not enough?
That would be along the definition, the lines of defining a crisis, yes.
And are you aware that people have gotten sickened by this accident?
I'm not.
Okay, thank you. No further questions.
Okay. What am I forgetting? Oh, so I guess we're back to you, Mr. Jensen.
I have no redirect. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Belaki, Secretary Belaki. Thank you for being here.
Thank you.
You are excused.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, let's take, I'm going to poll 5, 10 minutes. Who wants 5? Who wants 10?
I want 10, please. I have 3 more witnesses, sir.
As long as we're not going to stop before your POW. I'm trying to keep it on your time. Oh, sorry, POW is Hawaiian. Until you're done.
Okay, so let's take 10 minutes.
Can we get a time hack, sir?
Yeah, we'll have it right. We'll do the calculation now. We'll have it when we're back. 10 minutes. So it's 6:05. We're off the record. Mr. Jensen, next witness.
Sir, the Navy calls as its next witness, Captain James Meyer.
Please bring him in. Oh, he's right there. Captain Meyer?
Yes, sir.
Yes, I'm Dave Day. I'm the hearings officer. Could you please state your name for the record?
Yes. James Gordon Meyer.
Okay. Could you please raise your right hand? You swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth under penalty of perjury?
I do.
Okay. Go ahead.
Captain
Please start the
Meyer,
clock.
Captain Meyer, how are you, sir?
I'm fine, thank you, sir.
Great. Could you, you've already stated your name, sir. Could you state your position?
Yes, I'm a captain in the United States Navy Civil Engineer Corps. I'm assigned as the commanding officer for Navy Facilities Engineering Systems Command, Hawaii, and also serve as the regional engineer for Commander Navy Region Hawaii.
All right, sir. And how long have you been in that position?
I've been in the position approximately 1.5 years since taking command on August 7th, 2020.
Okay, sir. I'll represent to you that earlier today, the hearings officer admitted your declaration into evidence. So it's already in the record and everyone's had a chance to review it. And I'll ask you, sir, do you recall your declaration that you signed on the 18th of December, 2021?
Yes, I do.
And is everything in that declaration correct and accurate?
Yes, it is.
Okay, sir. I'm going to ask that exhibit N2 alpha be put on the screen. Captain Meyer, do you see exhibit N2 alpha?
Yes, I do.
All right, what is it?
It is a general diagram of Pearl Harbor and representation of where our water wells are located for a water distribution system.
Okay, and can you describe for the hearing officer, please, the Navy's water wells?
Yes, there are 3 water wells that service the Joint Base Pearl Harbor Hickam area. In the center, you'll see Fort Island, and just to the north of that, on the upper left, is the Waieva well, which provides roughly 80% of our water. If you move to the east, to the right in the diagram, you'll see in the center upper part, the Halava well, Navy's IA Halava well. And then further to the west, you'll see the Red Hill well, which provides roughly 15% of the water in a normal operation for the Joint Base Pearl Harbor Hickam area.
Okay, sir. So you told us that the Waieva shaft provides 80% of the water, is that correct?
In a normal operation, that is correct.
And that the Red Hill shaft provides 15% of the water for the system, correct?
From normal operations, and the Halava shaft, roughly 5% in normal operations.
That's where I was going. The Halava shaft is how much, sir?
Normally 5% during normal operation.
Okay. And is the Red Hill shaft currently operating?
No.
When was it shut down?
The Red Hill well was shut down on the evening of 28th November.
Okay, so that means there's 2 wells operating the system, correct?
There were 2 wells operating. There are 2 wells operational. The Halava well has been shut down since the 3rd of December.
All right, sir. Thank you. Is the Waieva shaft able to supply 100% of the water needs?
Yes, currently right now, the Waieva well is able to supply all the needs across Pearl Harbor, Joint Base Pearl Harbor.
Okay, great. Can you describe for the hearing officer how contamination got into the Red Hill shaft?
Yes, contamination was from a point event from 20 November where JP5 fuel entered into the Red Hill, the soil in the area around the Red Hill well.
Okay. And how do you know it's JP5 fuel?
It was tested and matches exactly what JP5 constituents would be.
All right, sir. Any other characterizations with regard to the fuel that was tested that would cause you to believe that it came from the 20 November release?
Yes, as part of our testing, we're able to determine it is new fuel, not degraded. And so it would be clearly representation of fuel that matches JP5.
All right. So we're going to turn to some of the plans that you all have implemented to clean up. With respect to specific efforts, has the Navy prepared a flushing plan?
Yes, we have prepared a flushing plan for our water distribution system.
Okay, and can you describe just generally what is a flushing plan?
A flushing plan systematically removes or flushes the water distribution in pipes to remove any possible contaminants that might be within the system. A full volumetric flush, at least a full volumetric flush, is done in a directional manner to remove any contaminants that may be within the distribution system.
Okay, and how much is a full volumetric?
Our system, all combined with all the piping and water tanks, is roughly 20 to 25 million gallons.
And how long would it take to flush 20 to 25 million gallons?
In an unconstrained environment, it would take roughly 4 days to do all of that flushing.
And what type of a system would you use to flush 25 million gallons in 4 or 5 days?
Yes, we would use our fire hydrants to flush and remove any contaminants. What we have tested the water in multiple locations, both ourselves and the Department of Health. The water has been, all tests have been determined safe. However, to further ensure that there is no issues or contaminants as we flush the distribution system, we are using granulated activated carbon filtration systems, or GACs, at each point of discharge before it goes into the environment.
Okay, how many of these GACs do you have?
As of this morning, we now have 9 on island, and we are looking to bring in potentially 20 to 24 total to help with the flushing.
And how many millions of gallons per day can a GAC flush?
The particular filtration systems or GAC systems that we are bringing on island can flush about 1 million gallons per day per system.
Okay, all right. And when is this flushing with these GACs anticipated to begin?
The flushing on these systems began this morning.
All right, with the 9 systems that you have on hand?
That is correct.
Okay, and distributed amongst, I assume, 9 fire hydrants in the area that's been impacted by the contamination to the Red Hill shaft?
Yes, and again, we are working in a directional manner and moving across to ensure that it fully flushes the system.
Okay, I didn't follow that before. Can you explain that again? I'm sorry.
Sure, as we look to directionally flush, we're actually starting, our first flushing is in the Pearl City Peninsula, and then we are also moving in the next into the AMR Alamoano Military Reservation, where the Army residents were living, and flushing that area as kind of our steps to ensure in a systematic way, it kind of flows down to eliminate any contaminants so that it doesn't backflow back and forth. And so it's in a directional manner so it doesn't move between areas as we flush.
Can this flushing be done safely?
Yes.
I'm sorry, sir, I didn't hear you.
Yes, it can be done safely.
Okay, and is it part of the flushing plan to do this flushing?
Yes, it is part of the flushing plan to first flush the distribution line. And then once we've completed the flush in an area, test to ensure that we've removed any and all contaminants.
Okay, and this flushing plan, has it been approved by the Department of Health?
Yes, it has, in a collaborative manner between Department of Health, EPA, and several other subject matter experts from the University of Hawaii, Purdue University, and other experts.
Okay. Is there a second step to the flushing plan, sir?
Yes, so after we flush the distribution system and test to ensure that the water is good in the distribution system, the next step is then to flush individual homes. And after that flushing of individual homes is complete, we then test at representative samples across the communities to ensure the water at the point of distribution in the houses is safe.
Okay. All right. And again, the flushing plan was developed in consultation and collaboration with who?
With approved and signed by the Department of Health and EPA, and again with subject matter experts from University of Hawaii, Purdue University, and several other subject matter experts.
What about the Board of Water Supply?
Yes, they've been invited to our discussions. They participated in some of them, yes.
Okay, all right. So let's move from the distribution pipes and the homes and talk about efforts to restore the Red Hill shaft and protect the aquifer. Is there a plan in place to restore the Red Hill shaft?
Yes, there is.
Okay, can you explain this plan, please?
Yes, our plan to remediate the Red Hill well involves 2 areas. First is an immediate removal of any contaminants that we can within the surface of the well. And secondly, would be a large volume pumping from the well itself.
1 hour remaining.
Okay. Okay, let's talk about the near-term efforts that you were just talking to. I believe you said Navy divers. Can you talk about that some more?
Yes, the near-term efforts to remove contaminants in the well, any contaminants within the well itself, includes using Navy divers that have entered the well with Department of Health concurrence to pump out water and any contaminants might be floating on the top. That is one effort. The second effort is also the use of absorbent materials, hydrophobic materials that would absorb any oil or fuel products that might be on the surface and collect them.
Okay, let's talk about the diver piece first. The diver piece, how long has that been going on?
That's been going on for several days, at least a week, actually.
All right, and can you tell me, please, you said that they're basically using these skimming products to remove fuel and water mixtures, correct?
That's correct.
And how many gallons of fuel and water mixture have they removed to date since they've begun?
As of this morning, the latest number I have heard was around a little over 40,000 gallons have been removed.
All right, and what do you do with these gallons of water?
All of that water, regardless of any level of contaminant, is captured and stored in a tank. And then that tank, fluid from that tank is then trucked to fuel, oil, and water facility to process and separate any water from any fuel.
Okay. In addition, you talked about some absorbent material. Can you go into more detail about that?
Yes, again, it's a specialized material that is designed to attract and adhere to fuel. And those are being placed on the surface of the water within the well to capture any fuel that might be sitting on the surface.
All right. And how long have they been using these absorbent materials?
Again, they've been using those for several days.
Okay. And I think you said you're also working to pump out water at the Red Hill shaft. Is that correct?
That is correct. A plan to do large volume.
Large volume. What kind of volume are you talking about?
Roughly 4 to 5 million gallons per day.
Okay. And what efforts have you taken with regard to this?
Yes, we've awarded a contract to NAFAC has awarded a contract task order to a firm for an initial $7 million, which we expect the price that to increase as we finalize the details of that. But that will provide 2 5 million gallon per day granulated activated carbon filtration systems to utilize to filter any of the water we pull from the Red Hill well before it is released.
Okay. And how much water can one of these large granular activated carbon water filtration units pump out during a given day?
Each of them can do 5 million gallons per day.
Okay. And where are these systems right now?
These systems are on the mainland, and they're in the process of being airshipped through military airlift to Oahu.
And what is your goal to have them operating, please?
Within the next 2 weeks, ideally, we will receive this equipment this week or early next week, and then approximately 1 week after they arrive to have them installed and operating.
Okay. And do you have the approval to do that from the regulators?
Not yet. We've submitted a permit for the discharge of the water that we will be filtered, but we've not received that permit.
Okay, and that was going to be my next question. Where are you going to pump the water to?
Yes, we look to pump that water into the environment in a safe manner. As we pump through these filtration systems, it will be clean, safe water to then pump into the environment and ideally the nearby stream.
And again, it's the Department of Health who will issue a permit that decides whether or not they agree that this is a clean, safe way of treating this water, correct?
Yes, Department of Health and other departments within the state, including Department of Land and Natural Resources.
Thank you. How do these large GAC units compare to the GAC units you discussed from before when you were talking about distribution piping flushing?
They are very similar in operations. They are just larger, where the smaller ones can do 1 million gallons per day. These larger ones can do 5 million gallons per day.
And obviously you already have the smaller ones on site and are using them, correct?
Correct.
Okay. While the remediation plan you just described is continuing, is the Navy conducting any investigation into the cause of the 20 November release?
Yes, they are.
Okay. Are there any preliminary results of this investigation that you can share at this time?
Yes, preliminary results indicate that the fuel contamination of JP5 into the Red Hill well was caused from the release that occurred on 20 November from the AFFF or aqueous film forming foam, the fire suppression foam that occurred on 20 November.
Okay. And can you go into more detail as to how the release happened to this AFFF? And we're going to call it AFFF because I can't say what you just said. But how this release happened with the AFFF line?
So fuel did enter this AFFF recovery line, and during operations of the facility, a valve, low point valve, was damaged, which caused a break in this AFFF recovery line, which then released fuel onto the concrete floor. That we believe then at that point there was ability for it to reach beneath the concrete floor and enter into the Red Hill well area.
Okay, all right. Was there supposed to be fuel in this AFFF one?
No.
Okay, how did it get there?
Again, initial report or thoughts from the investigation are that it occurred from the May 6th release event near tanks 18 and 20, where there was a pipe failure. That fuel then went into one of the AFFF recovery sumps and was pumped into the AFFF recovery line.
Okay. In normal times, what is supposed to be in the AFFF line?
It's supposed to be empty and designed to be just a drain line.
Okay. So let's talk about steps the Navy has taken at the Red Hill facility since 20 November. First, can you advise on what actions were taken at the Red Hill facility?
Yes, after 20 November and on 28th November, we received initial word that there may be quality issues with the water. We immediately shut down the Red Hill well. On Red Hill fuel operations itself, they have been suspended. The last fuel movement that did occur from the Fleet Logistics Center at Red Hill was on the 26th of November. And since that 26th November operation, there have been no other fuel movements or operations have been suspended at the Red Hill fuel facility.
Okay. Okay, so no, yes. Were there any subsequent decisions taken with regard to Red Hill operations?
Yes, the Secretary of the Navy further on the 7th of December ordered suspension of operations at the Red Hill facility.
Okay. As to the fuel storage tanks at Red Hill, can you please advise as to what precautions or processes Navy takes to prevent releases from them?
Yes, the tanks at Red Hill are continuously monitored through the automatic fuel handling equipment, or AFHE, which measures continually the volume or the height of the fuel within the system. As well, there are operators that manually measure the volume in each tank. And then we also perform periodic maintenance on the tank to ensure that they are tight and maintain their integrity, as well as conduct tank tightness testing on a semi-annual basis.
Okay, all right. So we're going to break those apart a little bit. Let's talk about the periodic maintenance. I believe it's called TERM. Is that correct?
Yes, tank inspection, repair, and maintenance.
Can you describe that process, please?
Yes, and that term is also sometimes used synonymously with clean, inspect, and repair, where we take a tank, completely drain it, we inspect it, we clean it, we then inspect it, perform any preventative maintenance repairs on it, then to return it back into service.
Okay. All right. Let's talk about tank tightness testing now. So can you describe tank tightness testing for me?
Yes, tightness testing is a method that is used to measure the mass within a tank. It is a detailed process that allows to measure the full volume and mass within a tank, regardless of temperature, pressure, or other items that may impact volume. And so it truly just measures mass.
And who came up with this process? Was it the Navy?
No, this is an industry standard developed by the National Working Group for Leak Detection Evaluators, a team of professionals, including representation from the EPA.
Okay. And I'm sorry. And how often is this tank tightness testing performed on Red Hill tanks?
It is conducted 2 times per year on all tanks that have fuel in them.
Okay. And what is the requirement to conduct this testing, if you know it?
Yes, the Hawaii administrative rules require it once per year.
Okay. All right. How long does it take to perform tank tightness testing?
That varies from tank to tank, and but generally it takes several days to a week per tank to perform the evolution.
Okay. And who does the tank tightness testing? Is it the Navy?
Again, the Navy contracts to a third-party professional engineer firm that performs these tests.
All right. All right. So let's talk about how many tanks there are and how many contain fuel. There's 20 tanks, right?
That's correct, 20 tanks.
How many contain fuel?
Yes, of the 20 tanks, we have 2 that are out of service in a semi-permanent manner, leaving 18 tanks at any given time. 4 of those are usually out of service for clean, inspect, repair, or the TURM process. And so right now there are 18 minus 4, so the 14 tanks with active fuel in them.
Okay. All right. All right. So let's talk about the most recent results of the tank tightness testing for the Red Hill storage facility. I'm showing you what's been marked as exhibit N2 Delta. Do you recognize it, sir?
Yes, I do.
And what is it?
It is the 2021 semi-annual leak detection testing of the 14 tanks at Red Hill.
Okay, and these are the 14 active tanks that have fuel in it, correct?
Correct.
Okay, I'm going to ask that we turn to page 8 of the report. Oh, excuse me. Can we go back to page 1? Can we look at the base number, please? For the record, the base number is N00172. Can we go to page 8, please? And again, look at the base number. N00185 of exhibit N2D. Can I ask you, sir, can you tell me what the report states?
Yes. The semi-annual leak detection testing of 14 underground storage tanks was performed between 6 April and 18 May 2021 with no detectable leak above the test method's minimum detection leak rate, resulting in passing tests.
Okay, thank you. Can we take that down, please? I'd like you to put up what's been marked as exhibit N2 Echo. Do you recognize this test, sir?
Yes, I do.
And what is this? What is this?
This is the 2021 leak detection testing for tank 5 right here.
Okay. Can you go to the bottom of the page so we can see the base number? Whoops. Do we not have a base number on there?
See, it was not N00232. That's what I see.
Oh, I don't see it. Okay. Can we go to page 8, please, sir? And can you read the testing results for tank 5's tank tightness testing, please?
The leak detection testing of tank 5 was performed between 5 and 30 October 2021 with no detectable leak above the method's minimum detection leak rate of 0.1 gallons per hour, resulting in the passing test.
Okay. Now, if I recall correctly, the rate of the leak rate detection was 0.5 on the 14 tanks, and yet it's 0.1 here for tank 5. Can you describe why?
Yes, as part of the Hawaii administrative rules, for any tank that has had a known release, an additional further testing to a higher minimum detection leak rate is required.
Okay. And tank 5's known release was what, sir?
That known release was in 2014.
Correct. Okay, the 27,000 gallon release.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. All right, so take that down, or Miss, take that down, please, and put up exhibit N2 Foxtrot. You recognize that, sir?
Yes, I do.
Great. Can someone read me the base number, please? John?
Got it, N00251.
Thank you. All right, can we turn to page 10 of the report? You're already ahead of me. Good job. Can you read the results of this testing report, please, sir?
Yes. Sorry. The annual leak detection testing of 16 storage tanks was performed between 6 October and 20 November 2021 with no detectable leak above the test method's minimum detection leak rate, resulting in passing tests. 7 of the 16 tanks identified were tested at product levels significantly below the tank maximum fill height per base personnel request due to operational issues at the time of testing.
Okay. Thank you. Take that down, please. Captain Meyer, since Red Hill facility operations have stopped, what steps have been taken to isolate the tanks?
Yes, to isolate the tanks, they have again remained isolated. All operations have been paused as we previously discussed.
All right, sir. Thank you. Captain Meyer, are you aware if the Navy is taking any steps to monitor the groundwater near Red Hill facility, the Red Hill facility?
Yes, I am aware.
Okay. And how is the Navy monitoring the groundwater?
Yes, we have a Sentinel network of monitoring wells around the facility, a total of 20 that we test to ensure that we can identify any potential concerns of within the groundwater.
All right. And I'm going to ask that Exhibit N2 Golf be placed on the screen, please. I'm going to ask you, sir, to represent what this is, please.
Yes, this represents our groundwater monitoring wells, and you will see at the bottom of the picture, prior to the tank fire release in 2014, the wells that we had, and then today's significantly higher number of wells by the blue and white dots for a total of 20 monitoring wells.
And what's represented to the right of the screens?
To the right is our efforts to construct up to 10 additional wells for a total of 30 monitoring wells around the facility.
All right, sir. Thank you. I have no further questions.
Thank you. We'll begin with the Department of Health.
Thank you, Hearings Officer Day. I do have some questions for Captain Meyer. It is Captain Meyer, is that correct?
Yes, it is.
Good evening. Thank you for joining us. I appreciate you offering your time to be here with us today. My name is Wade Hargrove. I'm a Deputy Attorney General, and I represent the Department of Health in this matter. Let me begin by just acknowledging that clearly the Navy is expending great expense and mobilizing in fairly impressive ways to treat the water to provide clean water for military families and civilians impacted by this incident. But if I may, can I turn your attention to your declaration, and with some indulgence, let me try and share my screen. And for the record, I believe this to be N2. This is Navy Exhibit 2. This is your declaration. Do you recognize this document? I mean, I'm moving it. I apologize. Let me find the right place. This is your declaration. Do you recognize this so far?
Yes, I do.
I'm going to turn your attention to that first sentence of paragraph 8. Next, our plan is to remediate the Red Hill well and protect the aquifer. In what way is the work that you're doing now protecting the aquifer?
Yes, the work we are doing right now is removing any contaminants that we can within the Red Hill well itself to ensure they do not migrate or move elsewhere.
But to be clear, that would be addressing only this most recent release and theoretically any other historic releases that are getting pulled into this incident. Is that correct?
It is clearing out what we can within the well itself currently as we work to do the large volume pumping from the Red Hill well.
So my question would be then, what does the work that you're currently doing at Red Hill Shaft to provide drinking water to your personnel and affected civilians, well, in what way does that impact any future release?
So the work we're doing right now, it protects the current aquifer and the well. And so Red Hill well, large volume pumping that we will be doing, the reason behind that is to draw any contaminants that may have been released from the 20 November incident and filter those out and capture those to prevent them from spreading.
But to be clear, that's only going to capture whatever has been released in the past, not in any way going to address any future or threatened release. Is that correct?
Yes, I can't necessarily speculate on future releases, but this operating the Red Hill well and filtering water will ensure that it captures any contaminants within that area and filters them out.
Let's talk a little bit about the engineering aspect of the effort to mobilize resources that you've described. You are in fact an engineer, right?
That is correct.
And you are in fact the engineer, the senior engineer for the Red Hill facility. Is that correct?
I don't know if that's a proper characterization to say I'm the senior engineer for the Red Hill facility. I am the senior engineer that advises and represents Commander Navy Region Hawaii, as well as NAVFAC, Naval Facilities Engineering Systems Command Hawaii.
Okay, let me turn your attention then to the next paragraph of your declaration. Again, do you recognize this? Again, this for the record is in 2. It's paragraph 9.
Yeah.
Can you see that, Captain Meyer?
Yes, I can.
So we're looking at numbers here. I don't know if you can see my cursor, but this is $6.8 million, 10 million gallons per day. This is a significant effort on the part of the Navy, is it not?
Yes, it is.
Military airlifts are a significant amount of effort on the part of the Navy, are they not?
Yes.
And I understand, again, from paragraph 9, and you can feel free to read along with me and correct me if I'm mistaken, but I also understand that they will not be completely up and operating until, again, this appears to be an at earliest estimate of 2 weeks. Is that correct?
Approximately 2 weeks from when I wrote this declaration.
So I'm going to stop sharing my screen for a moment. What happens the next time?
I can't speculate on what may happen in the future or if there will be ever any releases in the future.
And do you stand by the Department of the Navy's position that their estimate is accurate and that estimate is 38 gallons of unrecovered fuel?
I'm not, I cannot stand by that estimate. I think you're taking 38 gallons. I think you're referring to the 6th May release. Is that correct, sir?
That's correct.
Yes. I do not, can't say for certain if that number is correct. I was not personally involved in calculating those numbers.
Okay. Well, the Navy has made a number of statements publicly concerning the relationship of May 6th and November 20. I'll try and share my screen again. If you'll join with me to take a look at paragraph 14, you describe what you're working with as a working theory of what the causation is. Does that remain accurate?
It remains accurate. It's a working theory.
Okay, do you see this date, May 6th?
Yes.
10 minutes remaining.
So May 6th and May 20th are related, are they not? By the Navy's own estimation.
In some ways they are, yes.
And the Navy's position with respect to May 6th is that they lost 38 gallons.
That was the initial investigation report.
So my question to you then is, if it costs $6.8 million, and frankly, we've heard testimony that the ultimate cost of remediation just to provide drinking water is going to be far in excess of that. This is just for the GAC filters that I guess Mr. Jensen walked you through earlier. And then 10 million gallons to be treated, 2 weeks to get those systems in place. What happens when the release is far greater than 38 gallons?
Again, I can't speculate on future releases. And so we will obviously do what is right to ensure the health and safety of our members and the environment.
Is the Navy going to be able to address a larger release? I mean, you've described what the Navy's done thus far as a heavy lift. Does the Navy have the capability to address a much larger release?
I believe the Navy will respond appropriately for any amount of concerns that are with the environment that has been part of Red Hill.
The release, I'm sorry, you discussed the fact that there are 3 wells that service the Navy public water system. Is that correct?
That's correct.
One's down, 2 was taken offline subsequently as a precautionary measure, you said. Is that right?
That is correct.
What happens when all 3 go down? Who do you turn to service water?
Well, again, speculate if there was a catastrophic event. I hate to speculate, but obviously we have no plans for our Waieva well to go down. Have no reason to believe it's to go down. But we, again, there would be a catastrophic measure if that was to happen. And again, we would work additional resources to ensure that our members have appropriate water that they need.
Well, I mean, and apologize for interrupting here, but we're down. The Navy is down to 1 serviceable well. Again, your testimony is that the second was taken offline for precautionary reasons, but nevertheless, you're operating on 1 well. What happens when that one goes down? To whom does the Navy resort to provide safe drinking water to its personnel, the communities that it serves?
It would be a collaborative effort. The Navy has other means to process and purify water, where that is ocean water through reverse osmosis plants, or in collaboration with our local partners, we could work with others, such as the Board of Water Supply, if that was needed.
Let's talk about the preventative maintenance. You were talking about the efforts that the Navy expends to inspect the tanks. Are you familiar with the 60% accuracy rate, the NDE technique that you employ at these tanks actually represent?
I'm familiar with the non-destructive evaluation measures that we do. Yeah.
Okay, 60%. Granted that we're talking 4 out of 10, 2 false positive, 2 false negative, but in military terms, you're not hitting the target, but 6 out of 10 times. Is that a fair characterization?
I don't know if that's fair. I think that was a limited, I think what you're referring to is a study that was done on our non-destructive test evaluation. And at that sample site, not necessarily.
But would you, I apologize for interrupting, but would you agree that?
Objection, please let the witness finish the answer.
Yeah, I think that he was still answering, and I think it was an open question that was asked. So just briefly finish up.
Yes, briefly saying that I think the test that was referred to is not necessarily a full representation of the full method and efforts that were done, and can't be necessarily construed as the full representation of an entire tank process that we use to inspect it.
But it is all we've got, is that correct?
I can't say for certain that's all we have. That is one method that was used to determine that how effective those tests are.
Well, is 60%, let's put it this way. Again, you're an engineer, you work for the Department of the Navy. Is a 60% accuracy rate good for, let's just say, if a fire suppression system on a ship operates 60% of the time, would the Navy consider that to be a valid fire suppression system?
60% is not a good number for that type of measurement, correct?
What about missile guidance systems? The Navy shoots missiles from ships. If those missiles hit their target 60% of the time, would the Navy deem that to be a system that is highly functional?
We would expect to see a higher percentage.
What about nuclear reactors? I understand that the Navy operates quite a few of those. If nuclear reactors had a safety margin of getting it right 6 out of 10 times, would the Navy deem that to be a safe system?
No, we do not want to have any type of those failures.
Okay. So in the instance of efforts to protect the aquifer, you've mentioned groundwater monitoring, you've mentioned release detection systems. Of these systems, which one of the systems the Navy employs involves predicting the release as opposed to telling us the release has already happened?
Well, predicting the release is the work that we do ahead of time to ensure that the tanks remain tight and will not leak.
The system of repairing them, though, you would agree, is even by Navy standards is, let's just say, inaccurate at best.
I don't know if that's a fair characterization.
We can agree to disagree. Again, I thank you for your time. I do appreciate your service to this country, and I yield. No more questions for Captain Myers.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Hargrove, just letting you know you have 3 minutes left. Ms. Gannon.
Thank you. Thank you, and good evening, Captain Myers, and thank you for being here to talk to us this evening in this important proceedings. My name is Ella Foley-Gannon, and I represent the Honolulu Board of Water Supply in this proceeding. I have a couple of questions for you. My first question is, do you view the situation as it's occurred at Red Hill after the release of the fuel and the contamination of the drinking water that was being served to the Navy's servicemen and women's families to be a crisis?
Yes, it is a crisis anytime we affect our service members.
And do you believe it's a crisis that is still continuing today?
Yes, we have not fully resolved everything that has occurred. And so while we have managed and there's no currently further issues that are occurring, we are recovering from what has had occurred.
And I appreciate you describing all of the steps that you're taking to try to remediate the system as it exists. I guess I'd like just to understand exactly how far along you are in all of these processes. Have the families' homes all been flushed such that water could now be safely served there?
Not every single home has been flushed. And so that is part of the process that I have talked about, where we're first flushing the distribution lines, and then we'll flush all the homes to ensure that they're fit for human consumption.
Okay, so the homes have not been flushed. Has the distribution system, has that flushing been completed?
That has not been completed. It is underway.
And has all of the contaminated water that's gone through the system, has that been treated?
All the contaminated water, I guess it hasn't gone through the system. Again, we've done over 150 tests, and we've not shown any contamination levels of concern. But regardless of that, we are still flushing the system to remove anything that might still be remaining.
There haven't been any results that show contamination of concern?
Within the distribution system, we have had one area that has had an area above the environmental action level in the dead end section of pipeline that has had high chlorine levels as well. The rest of the distribution system and over the 150 tests have not detected anything above the environmental action level from our mainland testing that we have done.
Okay. And I think you testified already, you have not yet remediated the Red Hill well or the Red Hill shaft.
That is correct, not completely, no.
And have you done additional investigations and addressed any other contamination that may have traveled to the throughout the aquifer?
Those investigations are ongoing as we continue to review and monitor our monitoring wells around the facility.
But have actions been taken to address other parts of the aquifer?
Not at this time, no.
Okay. Do you have a permanent water treatment system in place?
No, we do not.
And the temporary water treatment system you're working on putting that in place now, is that accurate?
That is correct.
But it's not fully up and operational yet?
Not yet.
And we were speaking earlier this morning or afternoon, I can't remember when, with Erwin Kawada from the Board of Water Supply. And he had raised a concern about the ability to make sure that you get all of the residual contamination out of the distribution itself. Do you share that concern?
Yes, obviously we want to make sure we remove anything through our distribution system. That's why we're doing that systematic directional flush.
And you're not planning on having to replace any of the distributional system?
We are not planning to replace, no. We plan to do follow-on testing after we do the flush to ensure it remains safe.
Okay. And I believe that you testified that you shut down your IAEA Halawa shaft for precautionary purposes. What steps did you take to determine that action was what you needed to do?
Yes, as we look at how the aquifer and the water moves, if you create a draw on it from another nearby well, it can potentially draw contaminants away from Red Hill. And so we wanted to make sure anything remains localized and we're able to capture it and remediate it from our efforts at the Red Hill well.
And the same concern could have happened if the board was still running their Halawa shaft wells. Is that correct?
It is possible that could happen.
And so are you aware, did the Navy inform the Board of Water Supply immediately when it shut off its Red Hill shaft?
I can't recall the exact time when we notified the Board of Water Supply and others when we shut down the Red Hill well, but it was shortly after we did do so.
It's your testimony that you believe that the Navy did notify the board directly?
I remember having a meeting with Mr. Ernie Lau sometime the week following this event occurred and notifying him that we did shut down the Red Hill well.
So if Mr. Kawada testified earlier today that they learned about that action from the Department of Health and not from the Navy, would you believe that was not accurate?
I believe it's possible that the Department of Health could have notified the Board of Water Supply before the Navy did notify them.
Okay. And you have testified about the fact that the operations of Red Hill have been suspended. Do you have any idea how long that suspension will be in place?
No, I do not. I think it will be quite some time until we ensure that the system and the facility can operate safe.
And who will make the decision that the system is safe and can be operated safely?
Well, given the order from the Secretary of the Navy that he has suspended operations, I will assume that the Secretary of the Navy will release that order once he feels comfortable that the system can operate safely.
So it would be the Secretary's decision and not, for example, the regulators like the Department of Health. Is that accurate?
I think he would obtain information from all parties to ensure that it remains safe.
But the decision, we believe, would reside with the Secretary.
Again, I'm not one to know policy exactly how that would occur, but I don't want to speculate from my understanding as an engineer.
Okay, thank you. I wanted to talk a little bit about you testify about the May 6th release and the working theory now that the November 20th release is connected to the May 6th release. So going back to the May 6th release, didn't that occur as part of a tank tightness testing process that was underway?
I don't think it's fair to characterize it as part of a tank tightness testing process. The facility was moving fuel around in order to fill the tanks to ensure a good tank tightness testing. Yes.
Right. So the fuel that was being moved was part of the tank tightness testing process. Is that correct?
Yes, I know from the movement to tank 20 was definitely to fill up the tank in order to test it. The follow-on movement of fuel, I cannot say for certain what that reason was for.
Okay, but just to be clear, so when you're doing tank tightness tests, you have to move fuel around because you have to have a certain level of fuel in the tank, right, to run the test. So that might require movement of fuel. Is that accurate?
That is accurate in some cases, yes.
Okay, and the May 6th was related to that. So when I think you indicated, and I don't remember if you called it a root cause analysis or just an investigation, but if there's a root cause analysis being done, will the tank tightness process be considered as part of that possible root cause?
I don't know if it can be. I think that tank tightness testing is separate from movement of fuel. And so I think movement of fuel is different than tank tightness testing, but I don't see fuel movement, regardless of the reason, being the cause of tank tightness testing being an issue. I'm not sure I fully understand that question. I answered it very well.
Okay, no, I think you did. I was just saying, so if you're looking at a root cause analysis, would you look at why the fuel was being moved when the incident occurred?
I don't believe that is being looked at.
Okay, and we heard testimony earlier today about the fact that in September, and I'm sorry, I don't have the exact date of September, there was another similar surge event, which did not, or it's been reported, did not result in any fuel releases. Do you know the event that I'm talking about?
I am familiar with that, yes.
And didn't that occur again with the fuel movement for tank tightness testing that was being done?
To be honest, ma'am, I don't know the reason for that particular fuel movement.
Okay. And then to go back just to further discussion about the amount of fuel that is believed to be released now as part of the May 6th event. I think you talked to Mr. Hargrove about that. I'd like to pull up the root cause analysis, which has been already completed, which is exhibit B411, and I'll share that. And do you recognize this document?
Yes, I do.
And if I can go to page 23 of the PDF, please. And if we can look at the Bates stamp numbering on it first. And so this is, for the record, BWS 043502. And if we go up to the highlighted part, and this table is called Table 2, and it's called Sequence of Events. Do you see what I'm referring to there?
Yes.
And the way I read this, it looks like, and correct me if I'm wrong, this goes through what happened and all the moments that we're documenting that led up to the event. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Okay, so do you see the highlighted portion here where it's talking about what happened at 18/12/56?
Yes.
And do you see there that it says that tank 12's net volume drops 473 barrels, BBL or barrels, over 50 seconds?
Yes.
Do you have any indication what happened to those 473 barrels?
Yes, again, that's part of the investigation. I and others have a working theory that's still under investigation. That fuel was some of that, at least some of that, was released into the lower tunnel by tanks 18 and 20, and that is how fuel entered the AFFF recovery sump and was pumped into AFFF recovery line.
Okay, and just to be clear, my understanding is barrels is 42 gallons in a barrel. Is that correct?
Yes.
And so if you do the math, it ends up being somewhere a little bit in excess of 19,000 gallons of fuel we would be talking about there. Is that correct?
That's roughly correct, yes.
Okay. Okay, and then just to go a little bit more back into the term and the tank tightness testing that is done. One of the things that your testimony goes into is about the fact that tank 5 has recently undergone this more stricter level of tank tightness testing to the 0.1 gallon rather than the 0.5 that is normally done. And I believe you testified saying that that's because there's this requirement that when a repaired tank comes back online, you have to do a higher level of testing. Is that accurate?
That is correct, yeah.
And that's under the Hawaiʻi HAR provisions, correct?
Yeah.
When did tank 5 go back into service for the first time?
I can't remember the exact date. I believe either late 2020 or early 2021. I don't remember off the top of my head.
So before it came back online, did you meet the requirements of the HAR provision we were just discussing?
It was not tested to 0.1 minimum detection rate.
Okay, so that was just done recently. That's what you were looking at with Mr. Jensen.
That is correct. Yeah.
All right, thank you. And when you do tank tightness testing, are you able to do? Does it give you any indication of the actual physical current status of the tanks themselves? Or is it giving you more like a snapshot in time of how it's performing on those days when the test is done?
It gives you, at that time the test was done, the minimum detection leak rate, whether it passed or not, yes.
Okay, is that why you also do the term process in addition to tank tightness testing to ensure that the tanks are actually inspected and maintained and repaired?
That is another reason for that, as well as our automatic fuel handling equipment.
Because the tank testing can't do that.
It again is a snapshot of time that tells you that is tight.
Okay. So just one last question. Do you think that the Red Hill shaft could be safely turned back on tomorrow and to serve water to the servicemen and women's families?
It would require filtration first before it was put back into the distribution system for safe drinking.
Okay, I have no further questions.
Stop the clock for the Board of Water Supply. Mr. Henkin.
We do have some questions. Good evening, Captain.
Good evening.
All right, I'm, let's see, sorry. Managed to pin Mr. Jensen. I'd rather see you because we're going to be talking. Nothing personal, Mr. Jensen. Anyhow, my name is David Henkin. I'm an attorney with Earth Justice, and in this matter, I represent the Sierra Club. And a couple of questions. So kind of maybe to pick up on some of Ms. Gannon's questioning about the relation between the May 6, 2021 release and the November 2021 leak that we've been talking about. In your declaration, you talk about, and I can show you your declaration. Will that be helpful to you?
Sure, it will help refresh my memory on any specific item you may want to discuss.
Yeah, let me hopefully pull it up and let's just see. Can you see your declaration? Did I do it right?
I can, yes, see it.
Oh, you cannot?
I can see it, yes.
Oh, you can. Okay. All right. So we're at the bottom of we're at paragraph 13, and talking about the source. We know the source is from the aqueous film forming foam fire suppression recovery line. You see that?
Yes.
Okay. And actually, before I go on, I'm just sort of curious. Is this aqueous film forming foam, that firefighting foam? Do you know if it has PFAS in it?
Yes, it would have some level of PFAS in it.
And so I don't know how these recovery lines work, but so this foam would go through those recovery lines?
Yes, if there was a release of fire suppression material, these recovery lines would recover that, yes.
Okay, and so has there been any investigation whether any PFAS, whether any of this release from this recovery line included any PFAS into the environment?
There's been an informal investigation given that these lines were installed in 2019 and we've not had any AFFF releases since the installation of this and commission of this pipe.
Okay, so I'm sorry, this particular line in question was installed in 2019, is that right?
Was commissioned in 2019 and turned into service. It was a construction project funded in 2015 and completed in 2019.
Okay, and there's never been any of this AFFF foam that went through these lines?
Correct.
So with respect to the rest of this paragraph 13, you talk about it going from the lines, and I'm puzzled by the last sentence of paragraph 13. You say the firefighting system and its collection lines is not connected to the Red Hill facility fuel lines or tanks, right?
Correct.
I'm having difficulty, and I'm really just trying to understand, reconciling that with the next paragraph that says the working theory is that the source of the fuel came from the May 6, 2021 release. And so that's working theory, right? And the fuel that was released, and you seem very quiet right now, so I'm not sure if something affected your volume.
Okay, sorry, I'll see if I can do that.
Okay, that's a little better, thank you. Okay, so the fuel that was released, you've just been talking with Ms. Gannon about that. That was while moving fuel around involving tank 12, correct?
Yes, it was a fuel movement with tank 12, if I remember correctly, that from that report that was when that release occurred.
Okay, and then you mentioned that the working theory right now is that somehow that got that then got beneath tanks 18 and 20, right?
Correct.
And then eventually gets into this AFFF collection system, correct?
Yes.
So looking again at the end of paragraph 13, doesn't there have to be some connection to the red fuel facility tanks if the discharge from the tank gets into this AFFF collection system?
Again, it's a completely separate system. There was, because of the release of the pipeline and the failure of the pipeline, it flowed into the lower access tunnel and then was collected in the sump. And then this separate system of recovery lines pump that fuel into the recovery line.
That's a connection, is it not? If it got from point A to point B to point C?
I guess if you can draw those, anything could be connected. Yes, that is some way to be connected.
Okay, thank you. I'll stop sharing this one. Thanks. I was just puzzling over that. Now, you also talked about the flushing that was so you're trying to flush out your system, correct?
Yes.
And if I understand correctly, you're doing the system wide first, and then you'll do the individual homes of the folks who've been had the contamination enter the homes, correct?
That is the correct process. Yeah.
Right. So none of the homes have had anything flushed out of them yet, right?
Not through this process that we are doing now. That's been agreed upon by all parties.
Okay. Now, in paragraph 6 of your declaration, you said that you've been working closely with the Department of Health on this flushing plan, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And on what date was the flushing plan issued?
Flushing plan, that initial concept was approved. Let's see, today is the 20th, last Tuesday, and then on the 9th, and then on last Friday, the detailed plan was approved and signed by all parties.
Okay, so Friday was the 17th, correct?
Yes.
So Tuesday, I'm getting tired, but if my math is good, it was the 14th?
That sounds about right, yes. Yes.
Okay. All right, so so an initial approval was done on the plan on December the 14th, correct?
Yes, the concept of the plan was approved, yes.
But isn't it true that the Navy started flushing out of the fire hydrants before the 14th?
That is correct, yes.
And I believe that you started flushing out of the lines on the 3rd, right?
I can't remember the exact date when we coordinated with the Department of Health to do some flushing out of from the distribution system, yes.
Well, when you say coordinate with the Department of Health, that's an interesting way to phrase it, because didn't the Department of Health order the Navy to cease and desist because it was violating the Clean Water Act provisions of Hawaii Revised Statutes 342D?
Yes, they did give that order, and we did coordinate with them ahead of time. And yes, we did do a violation in allowing some water to overflow from the field that we had agreed upon to flush into.
So I want to be clear here. So I believe you started the flushing on December the 3rd, correct?
That sounds about right. I can't remember the exact date.
Okay, well, I'm going to put something up on the screen that hopefully will refresh your recollection, because let me just first pull up the document. Okay. Yeah, this is not meant to be a pop quiz. So. Let's see if I've succeeded in pulling up the December 8th order from the Department of Health. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
Have you seen that document before?
Yes, I have.
Okay, because you've been working closely with the Department of Health on this flushing, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so do you see, I think I can make it a little larger if that would be helpful. Do you see in the first paragraph, Department of Health provided flushing guidelines to the Department of the Navy by email on Friday, December the 3rd? You see that?
Yes.
Okay, and that's part of that close coordination you were talking about, right, Captain?
That is correct.
And then the Department of Health notes that because the Navy did not adhere to those requirements on the next day, December the 4th, Department of Health instructed the Navy to cease unauthorized flushing, correct?
Yes.
Do you recall receiving that order from Department of Health?
Yes, I do.
And did you abide by that order from the Department of Health?
We did at that particular location where they had told us to cease, we did.
Oh, okay, because the next line confuses me. It says on December the 7th, you informed the Navy that you were continuing to flush despite never having requested or obtaining authorization to resume the flushing activity. Do you see that?
I do, yes.
Okay, so you were flushing without authorization, correct?
I don't know if that's a fair characterization, but it would read that's how that happened. But yes, on the 4th of December, we were ordered to cease unauthorized flushing because it had overflowed. And we were trying to coordinate additional flushing in other areas that we thought we could do safely.
Okay, and so on the you were then ordered on December the 8th to cease pursuant to an emergency order that was issued under Hawaii Revised Statute 342D-10, right?
Yes, I see. Read that in the follow-on paragraph. Yes.
Well, you recall receiving this notification on December the 8th. Okay. I am not sure if this is in the record. If any party, I can see all the council. If no one has introduced it to date, I would like to introduce this as an evidence into the record.
This is not an exhibit?
It is not an exhibit. It is something in response to reading Captain Meyer's declaration that they were closely coordinating with the Department of Health about flushing.
Okay. So you're moving to introduce this into evidence?
Yes.
Okay. Any objection?
Navy has no objection.
The board has no objection.
Okay, we will promptly supplement the record with this. Appreciate it. Okay.
And file a amended exhibit list when you do. Thanks.
Okay. And if I may ask, hearings officer Day, is it okay if we do that by tomorrow morning?
Yes.
Okay, will do. All right, this will be our next exhibit in order. Okay, Captain, thanks. I've got just a few more questions. You're familiar with the terms of the emergency order issued by the Department of Health on December the 6th. Well, I'll start with, are you familiar with that emergency order?
Yes.
Okay, and are you familiar that one of the parts of that order, I believe it's paragraph 4, calls for the defueling of the Red Hill tanks. Are you familiar with that?
I remember reading that, yes.
Okay, if hypothetically the Navy were ordered to defuel the Red Hill tanks, how long would that take?
Again, I'm probably not the best person to answer that. I'm an engineer for Navy Facilities Engineering Systems Command. I'm not a petroleum engineer or a manager of the fuel movement at Red Hill.
Okay, well, are you involved in the defueling of any of the tanks for purposes of tank testing, that type of thing?
I'm involved in the periphery only to inform what maintenance is required so the fueling operators can move the fuel as needed.
Okay, so how long does it take to defuel one tank?
Again, it depends on the movement, where it is going to, and it's how it's moving. It would take potentially, again, I'm not a fuel operator, so I'd hate to speculate in the time. Sometimes it takes a couple days.
Couple of days for one tank. Okay.
Sometimes more.
Sometimes more? What would be the outer limit for defueling a tank?
Again, I'm probably not the best one to answer that. I'd hate to speculate.
Okay. Do you know if it's more than a week?
Objection asked and answered. Calls for speculation.
He can answer if he knows it's more than a week.
I honestly don't know if it takes more than a week, depending on where it's going or how it's flowing. I can't give you a definitive answer.
Okay. So we've talked about, some of the events that resulted in releases or leaks, at least, from the Red Hill facility. So, we've talked most recently about this November 2021 leak of approximately 14,000 gallons of mixed water and jet fuel. That you're aware that occurred, right?
Yes.
And the Navy wasn't able to stop that from happening, could they?
I'm not sure I understand how to stop that from happening.
Right. Okay. So, there's this leak happening and the Navy wasn't able to prevent it, were they?
It occurred, so we did not prevent.
Okay. And we've talked about the May 6, 2021 leak, and the Navy was unable to prevent that from happening, right?
It occurred, so we did not prevent.
Right. And originally it was estimated that it was about 1,000 gallons, correct?
Yes, I think the initial estimate from the investigation was around 1,600. Yes.
Okay, it was okay. Then let's say 1,600, and now it may be somewhere north of that. And based on your discussion with Ms. Foley-Gannon, the fact that 14,000 gallons of something came out of somewhere, we could be talking about over 10,000 gallons, right?
Yes.
And the Navy couldn't stop that.
We did not stop that.
Okay, and then back in. And that was by moving fuel around, including trying to refill tank number 12, right? We know that for the May 6th event.
Again, it was movement of fuel. I don't know the exact, if it was the reason for the movement of that fuel.
Okay. And then in late 2013, early 2014, there was a leak. Are you familiar with this leak of about 27,000 gallons that happened at the end of 2013, early 2014, and led to the administrative order on consent?
Yes, I'm familiar with that history.
Okay, and that was while refilling tank 5, right?
Yes.
Okay, and the Navy couldn't stop that.
We did not stop that.
Okay, so without going through, I'm sorry, go ahead.
I'm sorry, yeah, we did not stop it because obviously it occurred.
Okay, and we could kind of go through every leak that's happened going back to, I think we've got records going back to 1949, but it's just sort of true as a matter of fact that the Navy couldn't stop any of that, right?
I don't know if the right term is couldn't, but we did not stop it.
Okay. Well, Captain, I appreciate your time. It's late. Thank you very much. I have no further questions.
No redirect.
Okay. I'm going to ask everybody who's up for more, who feels like we need to stop. Okay, I have one hand up for more. So I'm just going to give you a quick update on the time. Department of Health, 2.75 minutes. So two and 3/4 minutes. Board of Water Supply, 42.25. Sierra Club, just a little bit south of 34. I don't have an exact number. It's probably more like 32. This was given to me just a few minutes ago. Navy, 41.25. Does anyone need a break, or do you want to call the next? Mr. Jensen, do you need 5 minutes?
No, sir, let's go.
Okay, let's do it. Okay, so you're excused. Thank you very much, Captain.
Captain Meyer, thank you for your testimony, sir, and your service.
Thank you.
Oh, I'm sorry. The Navy calls Sherry Ing.
Okay. You're on mute. Unmute. Could you please unmute when you get a chance? Okay, thank you very much. Hi, my name is Dave Day. I'm the hearings officer in this matter. Good evening. Could you please state your name for the record?
Hi, my name is Sherry Ng.
Okay. Could you please raise your right hand? You swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth under penalty of perjury?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead.
Thank you, sir. Ms. Ng, how are you tonight?
Doing well, thank you.
Great. I very much apologize for the delay, and thank you for sticking with us. Could you please state your position, ma'am?
I'm the Naval Facilities Engineering Systems Command Hawaii Environmental Business Line Leader and the Commander Navy Region Hawaii Regional Environmental Director.
Okay. And can you briefly explain the duties of your position?
I oversee a diverse staff of engineers and scientists that manage the environmental compliance program for the Navy installations located on Hawaii.
Okay. How long have you been in the position?
Since August 2020.
And prior to that position, what other positions have you held?
As the Environmental Conservation and Planning Branch Head for Naval Facilities Engineering Systems Command Southeast, and then also the Environmental Lead for the Defense Policy Review Initiative for the Marine Corps.
Okay. And what's your education and professional background, please?
I have a BS in chemistry and 30 years of environmental experience, primarily with the Department of Defense, and then also as a state regulator and an environmental consultant.
Okay. And I represent you, Ms. Ng, that your declaration was actually admitted into evidence by the hearing officer earlier this morning. So I just want to confirm some things. You signed a declaration on the 17th of December, 2021, yes?
Yes, I did.
And you're familiar with the contents of that declaration?
Yes, I am.
And is the declaration complete and accurate as it currently reads?
Yes, it is.
Are there any additional details that should be the declaration should be supplemented with?
Yes, additional analytical data has come in since I've signed that, as well as we've signed the interagency drinking water system flushing plan.
Okay, and we'll talk about both of those things, okay? Great, thank you. Can you describe what happened on November 28th, 2021, please?
On November, excuse me, you blurred out.
Did I break up? I'm sorry, November 28th, 2021. Can you describe what happened?
Yes, the Navy began receiving calls reporting fuel odors in their water system.
Okay, and what did the Navy do in response?
Because of where the calls were coming from, and because that region primarily gets their water from Red Hill Shaft, we shut down Red Hill Shaft.
And when did you shut down Red Hill Shaft?
November 28th.
Okay. And is the shaft still shut down?
The shaft has been shut down. The pipes isolated from the distribution system, and the pump itself has been locked out and tagged out.
Okay. And when after the Navy shut down the Red Hill Shaft, what did the Navy do?
We began a sampling program that we initiated on November 29th. Since then,
okay. And what are you sampling, ma'am?
We're sampling the distribution system, the wells, the supply wells, and some of the residents.
Okay. And how many samples did you take right off the bat?
We initially took 14 the first day, divided throughout the distribution system. It included samples from, 2 elementary schools, 4 community centers, both the Red Hill and the Waiawa Shaft, also a child development center, and 2 locations in the Army communities.
Okay, and are you aware of the results of those sampling efforts?
Yes, I am.
And what are the results, please?
Sorry about that. They were primarily non-detect, except for Red Hill Shaft, and the ones that were detects were extremely low levels.
Okay. And how many samples has the Navy now taken?
Over 900.
And where have those samples been taken from?
throughout the distribution system, including the wells.
All right, let's talk about the distribution system results first. What are the results of the sampling of the distribution system?
So samples that we took from the distribution system in the active portions, since it's now been supplied by the Waiava well, have been almost all non-detect, with the exception of the Red Hill shaft.
Okay. Okay, and Red Hill is not active, right?
No, sir.
Okay. So for all the active portions of the distribution system, non-detects, yes?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. You've mentioned EAL at least once, maybe longer, and I just missed it. What is an EAL?
An environmental action level, that's a level set by the Department of Health as a screening level.
Okay, and what does screen level mean?
It means that we should take additional actions to start looking for the cause.
All right. What about samples taken from drinking water wells?
We've taken multiple rounds of samples from the three different wells. And those well results, with the exception of Red Hill shaft, have been non-detect.
Okay, so are we talking about lava shaft?
Yes, sir. Halava shaft as well as Waiava.
Okay. All right. And with regard to the Red Hill shaft, what is the detect for? What type of a contaminant?
We look for TPH, which is an indication of jet fuel, specifically in this case, JP5.
And what does TPH stand for?
Total petroleum hydrocarbons.
Okay. All right. We're going to focus now on something that's confused some other witnesses, so I'd like to have you clear it up. In paragraph 10 through 14 of your declaration, you talked to samples taken of the Navy's Aiea Halava shaft pump house. Let's talk about the first samples taken on the 5th of December. Where were those samples taken?
So the samples taken on December 5th were taken from inside the pump house and a pipeline that runs across the top of the pumps. And so at that time, the pumps had been shut off. And so it was essentially an isolated section of piping that connected the three pumps. So it was not from the aquifer.
Okay. And not from the Halava shaft itself?
Correct.
Okay. And what were the results of those samples taken on the 5th of December?
They had TPH exceedances above the EAL.
Okay. And when did you get those results?
On December 8th.
All right. And what did you do when you got those results?
We immediately deployed another team to sample and notified DOH.
All right. And where did you sample on the 8th of December?
We repeated the same sampling locations as before, but at the same time, we sent a bailer down the well to collect a sample from the actual well itself.
And what's a bailer?
A bailer is a long, skinny plastic piece of sampling equipment that allows us to go down into the well and collect the water directly from the well itself without using a pump.
Okay. And when did you receive the results of this 8 December sampling effort?
Approximately 3 days later.
On the 11th? Okay. And what were the results of those samples?
So the samples that were repeat samples from that isolated portion of the pipe were above the EALs, but the sample that we took from the well itself was non-detect.
Okay. And the samples you took from other locations were also non-detect?
The samples that we took from the well were non-detect. Yes,
okay. All right. Okay. Okay. Were there any additional samples taken after that?
Yes, we resampled the Halava shaft from the aquifer as well as DOH has, and both have been non-detect.
Okay, great. What in your mind does this data suggest as a whole with regard to the detect sample in that isolated pipe at the Halava shaft?
That isolated pipe, because the pumps were shut off, appears to be more representative of the distribution system and what was coming from Red Hill shaft, since we now have results from inside the well itself that shows it's non-detect. So it was not coming through the aquifer.
Okay, and but you say aquifer, but you mean the Halava well, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, all right. And in your professional opinion, the results of the testing indicates that the sample came from the Red Hill shaft.
It was representative of what came out of the Red Hill shaft. Yes, sir.
Okay, I'm going to ask that exhibit N3 alpha be put up, please. Now I'm going to ask it, Ms. Ng, if you recognize this.
Yes, that's the well results received at the time that I put in my exhibit.
All right, we're going to go to the bottom of the page so we can see the date stamp number.
Ms. Egg, you're just coming in a little soft. I don't know if there's a way to either get closer to the mic or further away or something.
Is that better?
It is better.
Thank you. Ms. Ng, can you read the date stamp number at the bottom left corner simply because I can't? And if you can, I'm going to have to ask someone else to help me.
Can you scroll it up because
I got it. N0037337. N00337.
Okay. And before we blow it up, I want to go to the bottom because to show the hearings officer how many pages this is. Can you go to the bottom of the exhibit, not just the page? So that's page 2, page 3, and page 4. Thank you. Okay, let's go back to page 1. And let's blow it up a little bit so Ms. Ng can see the column. Okay, Ms. Ng.
Half an hour remaining.
I'm sorry, Ms. Ng, can you tell me again exactly what this document?
yes, this is the data and the call outs in red are those red shaft well results.
I'm sorry, can we hold for a minute? There's some voiceover. Is that coming from your office, Ms. Ng?
No, I'm by myself.
It might have been the text. I muted it.
Okay. Ms. Ng, before we talk about the red blocks, I'd like you to again describe what this document represents. What are these testing results of?
These are the testing results that are from the drinking water wells. So if you look on the left side, it shows the name of the location where we took the sample, whether we took it from the well itself through the pump or if we took it through the baler, any field observations, and then on the right side going across the top are the analytes that we analyzed the sample for.
Okay, so you've testified that you've taken 900 samples roughly since the 28th of November. This document is the sample results of samples taken from the well, right? One of the 3 wells. Okay, and over there in the red, you were about to testify as to what that means?
The ones in the red are those that have exceeded EALs, those environmental action levels.
Okay, and where are those results from?
Those results are from Red Hill Shaft.
Okay, all right, great. And what is the data that is highlighted in yellow?
So would you mind scrolling to the a little bit smaller so I can see the entire screen? Thank you. So those were the samples that we took on at the Navy IAEA Halava shaft with the baler that we talked about. And as you can see, the ones coded in U mean non-detect, and there was a small low-level detect at 36 parts per billion of TPHD.
Okay, thank you. And is that unusual?
No, it's been consistent across the board and the other wells that we've sampled.
Okay, I'm going to ask that that be taken down. And I'm going to show you what's been marked as exhibit N3 Bravo. And ask if you recognize this document.
And that is the cumulative spreadsheet where we tabulate all the sample results that we've collected to date. And it's updated daily.
So this is all 900 and some odd samples, right?
Yes, sir.
All right. And I'm going to ask you to turn to page 4 of the document. And on page 4, you see some testing results highlighted in yellow, yes?
Yes, I do.
Okay, and what are those sampling results?
Those are the Nady Iea Halava shaft results that we talked about that were from the piping.
Okay. And so let me ask you this. You told me that this is all sampling results from 29 November moving forward, but have you received additional sampling results since you printed out this document and gave it to me to attach to the record?
Yes, we received analytical results almost daily, and so we've received about 2 more days of sampling results.
Okay, and can you tell us please what those samples show with regard to consistency with the samples you've just discussed?
They've been consistent. The TPH results have been consistent with what we've seen in the distribution system, which is primarily non-detect or very, very low level detects below EAL.
Okay, and still detects at the Red Hill well?
We have not sampled in the last 2 days at Red Hill well.
Because it's shut down.
Because it's shut down.
Okay, show you what's been marked as, take that down please and put up exhibit N3 Charlie. Do you recognize this document?
Yes, it's the release that the Department of Health did with the results from the 27 locations that they sampled.
Okay, and what does this release say with regard to those 27 samples?
Of the 27 samples, they had 4 detects, I believe, and the rest were non-detect, but all were well below EAL.
Okay. Are you aware, we're going to switch gears a little bit. We're going to talk about groundwater modeling. Are you aware of the Navy's groundwater modeling efforts?
I oversee the staff that develop the groundwater models and also contract out some of the modeling efforts.
Okay, thank you. And are you aware what the groundwater models indicate with regard to transport of contaminants when the Red Hill shaft is pumping?
Yeah, the models indicate that when Red Hill shaft is pumping, that the groundwater moving from underneath the tanks will be captured at Red Hill.
Okay.
Yeah.
But I'm going to ask you to take down exhibit, that exhibit, put up exhibit N3 Delta, please. You recognize this exhibit?
Yes, that is the interagency drinking water sampling plan that was jointly developed with EPA and DOH and the Army.
Okay. And can you please describe what the plan does?
It outlines the methodology that we will use to bring the drinking water back online and determine it fit for human consumption.
And how does the plan propose to do that again?
So it's a series of steps that start with flushing the distribution lines. After we flush the distribution lines by zone, each zone will be sampled and determined if the distribution lines meet drinking water criteria. And then after we finish the flushing in the zones and determine it fit for human consumption, then each home in that zone will be flushed and 10% of those homes will be sampled and compared against MCLs and the tier 1 EALs.
Okay. And have the parties also agreed to a flushing plan?
We did on the 17th of December. We all, the same 4 parties, EPA, DOH, the Army, and the Navy signed a joint recovery system plan, which is called the flushing plan, which details how we'll flush the system.
And when does or did the flushing start?
The flushing started this morning.
Okay. Using GAC water filters that we've heard testimony of from other witnesses?
Yes, sir, in the Pearl City Peninsula area.
Okay. Can you tell me, please, based upon what you know, what is the earliest expected date that residents will be allowed to return to their houses?
After flushing is complete, we're estimating 12 days in order to get the analytical results and then also to complete the home flushing.
Okay, all right. And again, how long will flushing take?
Flushing varies by zone. It can be as short as 1 day or it could go for several days.
So 12 plus, let's say 17 days is estimated first residents return to their home?
Yes, sir.
All right. I have no further questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Hargrove?
Hearings Officer Day, just to let you know, this is David Brown. I will be taking the questions for the Board of Water Supply, and I just wanted to inform the parties that I have several questions for Ms. Eng. So if we are going to go past the 8 o'clock hour, I just wanted to let folks know that that's probably the case rather than stop everyone in the middle of cross-examination.
From the Department of the Navy's perspective, we would wish to move forward. Ms. Eng is a very busy person, as I know you all can imagine based upon her testimony, and she's already committed a good number of hours to this effort. So let's just finish.
I agree. Mr. Hargrove first. Any questions?
Thank you. Ms. Eng, my name is Wade Hargrove. I'm a Deputy Attorney General. I represent the Department of Health. Thank you for sharing your time with us this evening. I'm going to ask you a couple questions. As an environmental scientist, you understand the concept of a capture zone?
Yes, sir.
And this is the parlance of environmental scientists, is it not, with respect to groundwater modeling and contaminants?
It's a more specialty degree in hydrology or geology, but generally we all recognize how a capture zone is created.
But you're in charge of the team that's doing the Navy groundwater modeling, is that correct?
That is correct.
And are you not familiar with the Navy's groundwater modeling?
I have reviewed it and I have been part of it.
And does the groundwater modeling that the Navy's performed define for the Navy what they believe to be the capture zone at Red Hill?
I'm sorry, you broke up.
Does the Navy's groundwater modeling capture for the Navy what their position is with respect to what the capture zone is at Red Hill?
The Navy's models indicate that when the Red Hill shaft is pumping, it creates a capture zone for the groundwater moving down from the tank.
But the conclusion that there's a capture of a release or petroleum contaminants in the groundwater is premised on the model being valid. Is that correct?
All models are based on the inputs.
1 minute.
Are you aware of the fact that, well, as the person responsible at the Navy for groundwater modeling, you will be aware then that the department fundamentally disagrees with the Navy and its construct of that model, correct?
I am aware that there has been a lot of meetings and discussions on the models and trying to get.
And has the Navy's groundwater model been approved by the Department of Health?
We submitted the groundwater modeling in March and we're still awaiting approval.
Then you know that the Department of Health has failed to approve the groundwater model because it has failed to incorporate available data and it's reliant upon faulty assumptions. Is that your understanding?
My understanding is that the Navy has utilized the best models available and we believe that the assumptions that we put into the model are accurate.
And the Navy's yet to.
Mr. Hargrove, you can finish your question.
And the Navy has yet to even produce a fate and transport model that would inform the Navy of this risk that you represent the Navy has accurately calculated. Is that correct?
Fate and transport modeling is just one step in the process, and we're trying to get to the point where we all can agree on a fate and transport model, but it takes everybody's effort.
That is my last question. Thank you. I appreciate your time today.
Okay, Mr. Brown.
Good evening, Ms. Eng, and thank you for being here tonight. I certainly appreciate you staying up with us to be here with this for this very important matter. My name is David Brown. I represent the Honolulu Board of Water Supply. I have some questions for you about your testimony in this proceeding. My first question is that you testified in writing that the Navy established a, quote, Red Hill water crisis solution meeting. Is that correct?
Yes, I did.
Is that meeting still ongoing?
That meeting occurs at 11 o'clock every day.
So do you agree that the contamination from the Red Hill facility that the Navy is attempting to clean up deserves to be treated as a crisis?
I did not name the meeting.
I appreciate that, but do you agree that it deserves to be treated as a crisis?
I believe that it is a situation that needs to be remedied and that we need to take care and bring our drinking water back to safe.
How urgent does that action need to be taken?
Having safe drinking water is necessary.
Does having contamination in the Navy's water supply constitute an emergency from your perspective?
To me, it depends on how you just determine and define contaminant.
Well, there's contamination in the Navy's Red Hill Shaft drinking water well. Is that correct?
I believe that if there is contamination above a health-based screening level or a health-based criteria, then yes, it is an issue.
And is your current understanding of what's in the Navy's Red Hill Shaft above a regulatory screening level?
Water within the distribution system right now is below all EALs.
I appreciate that, it's your opinion, but what I asked you was about Red Hill Shaft.
Red Hill Shaft does have levels above EALs, but it has been isolated from the system.
So the fact that the Navy has contaminated its own drinking water well to you does not constitute an emergency.
Objection, Anston answered about 10 times.
Overruled, she can answer.
Can you repeat your question?
Sure. So my question was, does the fact that the Navy has contaminated its own drinking water well, is that not an emergency from your perspective? As the Navy's, as a person at the Navy responsible for environmental compliance?
I believe that the Navy has a responsibility to provide safe drinking water.
Okay. So you testified in part of your discussion with Mr. Jensen about the Department of Health's EALs. And you also said that an exceedance of an EAL means you should take additional action. What actions does the Navy take when contaminants are detected in its drinking water supply above an EAL?
I believe I stated that when the EAL was exceeded in the shaft, that the shaft was shut down in this instance.
When is the first time that you detected petroleum contamination in Red Hill Shaft above an EAL?
From my knowledge, it occurred twice in July or August, excuse me, in August for TPHO. And we took immediate action in notifying DOH, and we sampled every day thereafter and never exceeded again.
And when did you notify DOH?
Immediately after receiving the final results from the laboratory.
Did you receive the final results from the laboratory in October?
Yes, we did.
Okay, I'd like to discuss an exhibit with you. Can we pull up B419? And if you could, well, actually real quick, are you familiar with this document missing?
Yes, it's our annual water quality report.
Okay. And does this 2021 annual water quality report reflect the water quality data collected in 2020?
Yes, it does.
Okay. I'd like to refer you now to page 3 of the report, which is bait stamped BWS 043618. And if we can scroll down to the highlighted portion. Can you please take a look at the highlighted portion of the report? The section is titled 2020 Testing Red Hill Shaft. So we've already discussed that Red Hill Shaft is one of the Navy's drinking water wells, right?
Yes, it is.
And what is the EAL, DOH's EAL for total petroleum hydrocarbons as diesel, or TPHD?
I believe it's 400, as it's stated here.
What is the highest level that was detected in Red Hill Shaft in 2020?
From this report, it says 490, but I was not here, so I can only tell you what I see reading in front of me.
Do you have any reason to believe, or have you been informed of any efforts that the Navy has taken to take additional action in response to detecting TPHD in Red Hill Shaft in 2020?
I believe if you read the footnote,
Go ahead. We can scroll down for you.
that there was series of additional work that was done and with and in cooperation with DOH, and it was determined that the pre-chlorination samples were more representative than that sample that was a post-chlorination sample, and trihalomethanes were being detected instead of PhD.
Are you saying that from your personal knowledge or from your reading of this document?
I'm saying that from the reading of this document.
Okay. So what this document says, and correct me if I'm wrong, is the Hawaii Department of Health and the Navy will continue to conduct testing and include results in future water quality reports. Correct?
It says that one TPHD EAL exchange occurred in 2020 testing on a post-chlorination sample. The pre-chlorination samples are believed to be more representative of any potential contact with fuel store at Red Hill Storage Facility. And it was not detected in the pre-chlorination sample.
Are you aware of any reason that chlorinating water, which my understanding is used for disinfectant purposes, would introduce petroleum hydrocarbons into a water sample?
That's not what this statement says. What it says is the analytical method is picking it up as TPH.
So do you have any personal knowledge or reason to believe that there wasn't TPHD in the post-chlorination sample that was conducted by the Navy as reported in the Navy's annual water quality report?
Based on the footnote, it says that the pre-chlorination sample is more representative, and that was below EAL.
And the post-chlorination sample, was that above or below EALs?
According to what you showed me 2 pages up, it said it was 490 parts per billion.
Thank you.
Ms. Ang, may I ask you just one more time, whatever you did last time to make your volume better, could I ask you to do that again? Thank you.
I'd like to ask you a little bit about the discussion that you had with Mr. Jensen about the Navy's IAEA Halava shaft. Can you testify that the Navy collected a sample from that well using a bailer? Is that correct?
On December 8th, yes.
On December 8th. And what kind of bailer, can you explain what a bailer is?
It is a long piece of tubing that has a ball on the bottom that you lower via a rope. As it hits the water, the ball moves up and it collects a column of the water as you pull it back up. It's a sampling method that's used by both us and DOH when you cannot put a pump down in a well.
And what is the bailer, what material is a bailer made out of?
Plastic.
And what kind of sampling receptacle do you put the water sample in? Is it a plastic bottle?
Depends on what you're analyzing for.
Well, if we're analyzing for total petroleum hydrocarbons.
We are putting it in 40 milliliter glass vials with a septum.
Okay. Should there be any petroleum constituents in drinking water?
There are constituents of all ranges in drinking water. It's whether it exceeds a health-based level or a screening level. That's why we have maximum contaminant levels.
So just so that I'm clear, is your testimony from your perspective, from the Navy's perspective, it's okay if there's petroleum in drinking water as long as it's below the EALs?
I did not say that. What I said was there's a range of contaminants that are in all water, and it's based on what its health-based levels are.
Okay. I'd like to refer you to Exhibit N-3B, which is PDF page 16 of your declaration, the version that has the attachments. Maybe we could scroll down and zoom in and there we go. So just for the record, this is that same page N00344 on Exhibit N-3B. So maybe if we could scroll so we can see the whole, yeah. I think we want to go over to the right now. Unscroll up. Okay. So my understanding is, well, why don't you tell me what the highlighted rows mean in this table? And if you need us to move over, we can.
30 minutes.
So the highlighted rows, if you can move to the left some more. As I said before, it's those samples that were taken at the Navy IAEA shaft.
And this shows, if I'm reading this correctly, the location, the general location, the specific location, and then several other sampling information. And if we don't scroll, but we look all the way over on the far right, we have the TPHD results. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And so it looks to me as if there are, and if we scroll down a little bit, we'll see more, but there are 4 different sampling events, or 4 different samples. I think it looks like there are, is that correct? 4 different samples?
I can see 2, 3 on my screen right now. Sorry, 4. Yes.
1 on the 5th, 1 on the 7th, and 2 on the 8th. Is that correct? 3 different days?
Yes.
And we have at least 2 different sampling locations, the left spigot and the pump room tap.
That is correct.
So we have 4 different samples from 2 different locations on 3 different days, each of which has a detection of TPHD above the EAL. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And then if we go to Exhibit N-3A, which is PDF page 9 of your declaration with attachments, and I believe you already walked through that with Mr. Jensen. And again, highlighted, we have the Navy IAEA Halava shaft well test results, correct?
That is correct.
So if we scroll over to the right, we have what I see as TPHD test results and TPHD with silica gel cleanup results down at the bottom, highlighted in red. The TPHD test results come back as 300U. What does that mean?
U means non-detect, and that's the detection limit that the instrument could achieve.
So non-detect means it's under 300. It doesn't mean that it's not there, correct?
It means that the instrument did not see anything down to that level.
Do you know what the lowest detection level you can detect TPHD is?
It all depends on the method and the substrate.
Is there any reason that the Navy wouldn't use a lower detection method for TPHD test results?
The Navy doesn't determine the detection limits. It's determined by the laboratory through a series of QA/QC samples and standards and calibration. Each lab is different. That's why we use certified and accredited labs.
So are you telling me, is it your testimony today that if you asked the laboratory to look for TPHD at a lower detection level, to use a different process that was still certified, you couldn't do that?
We use the standard methodology that both DOH and EPA have approved for looking for TPHD.
If I represented, oh, sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you. I apologize. Please continue.
No, method 80, standard method 8015.
So if I represented to you that the Board of Water Supply uses a detection limit as low as 25 micrograms per liter here, or 25 ppb, would you have any reason to disagree with me?
I'd have to see what methodology they used and what lab they used.
Okay. And can you tell me what the detection at TPHD with silica gel cleanup shows there in that bottom row?
36J.
What does that mean?
Meaning it was a silica gel cleanup is an extraction method that separates polar from non-polar hydrocarbons. And it means, J means it's estimating, meaning that it was below the level of detection, but able to be seen on the piece of the instrumentation.
So that's a low level detection of TPHD, is that correct?
It's a low level detection.
So it's not accurate to say there was no TPH in the well, is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And I read your testimony, and I think you used your words very carefully. You said in your written testimony that the contamination detected in the Navy's Aiea Halava shaft may have traveled through the Navy's water supply system after the Navy shut down Red Hill shaft. But you don't know that for certain, do you?
I know that the pumps were off at Halava, and I know that it had been isolated from the system. So therefore, knowing that there was contamination within the Red Hill shaft, that the most reasonable expectation was that it entered the distribution system from Red Hill shaft.
Can I ask? We have a pounding noise. I'm not sure what that is.
It seems to happen whenever the witness is testifying. I don't know if there's any banging on that. Yeah, let's see if it pops up again. Stop for now. Continue, Mr. Brown.
Thank you, Hearings Officer Day. Isn't it also possible that there is a low level detection residual in Aiea Halava shaft, which you just testified about, and that detection is related to the detection, the multiple detections on different days at different sampling points in the Aiea Halava shaft distribution system?
Our follow-on sampling, as well as DOH's follow-on sampling, continue to show non-detect using TPHD.
I completely appreciate your opportunity and attempts to explain, but it's a simple question. Is it possible that the detections in Aiea Halava shaft are actual TPH, and that the TPH that you've detected in the Navy's distribution system are connected to that detection of TPH?
That is not my opinion.
I didn't ask if it was your opinion. I asked if it was possible.
Objection, speculation, harassment.
Yeah, just let's she can answer the question if she knows. You have to answer verbally.
Right. All I can say is that our well samples collected to date from the Aiea Halava shaft continue to be non-detect.
Okay. We'll move on. So, Ms. Zhang, in response to a fuel release that may impact the Navy's drinking water supply at Red Hill shaft, the Navy shuts down that drinking water well, doesn't it?
That's what we did on November 28th.
And is that also what the Navy did in response to the Tank 5 release in 2013 and 2014?
I was not here then and I don't know.
Okay. Did you inform the Board of Water Supply the same day that you shut down Red Hill Shaft that the shaft had been shut down?
I'm not aware.
Are you aware if you informed the BWS the following day?
I am not aware.
Are you aware if you informed the BWS at all?
BWS was definitely informed, at least on the meetings that I attended on the following days.
I'm sorry, did you say on the following days or that following day?
The following days.
Okay, so sometime thereafter.
Yes.
Okay. You also testified about your responsibility for development of the Navy's groundwater flow models. Is that right?
Testified that my staff works the groundwater flow model.
Okay. Were you personally involved in these efforts?
Not personally involved in the development, no.
But did you review the deliverables?
Yes,
Did you approve them?
I was not here when they were submitted.
Okay. Do you know how many models the Navy has developed?
I know at least 14.
14. And what is a groundwater flow model?
It's a model that predicts how groundwater flows under certain circumstances.
Okay. And it's your opinion that the Navy's models indicate that when Red Hill Shaft is pumping, groundwater beneath the tanks at Red Hill are captured by Red Hill Shaft. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. Are you aware that the Department of Health and the Board of Water Supply dispute the viability of the Navy's groundwater modeling work and the Navy's capture zone theory?
Yes,
Okay. Can the Navy capture any groundwater if Red Hill Shaft is not flowing or pumping? I apologize.
Red Hill Shaft must be pumping.
Okay. And is Red Hill Shaft pumping right now?
No, it's not.
Okay. I'd like to refer you to Exhibit B 361. And I'd like to ask you if this is the March 2020 groundwater flow model report that you reference in your please, so she can see the whole thing.
Yes, it is.
Okay. I asked that Exhibit B 361 be admitted into evidence. This is one of the exhibits that were withheld as only to be used for cross.
Okay. Any objections?
No objections.
Okay.
Ms. Singh, I'd like to refer you to page 133 of the Navy.
1 second. Hearing no objections, this is admitted into evidence. I'd ask that, so this is not in our files, is that right?
Not yet.
Okay, this would be one when we're at the end of the proceedings, we'll talk about it, but we'll have to add these in, okay? All right, it's a.
Thank you, Hearings Officer Day. Can you please take a look at this figure 5.5 of the report? It's titled in relevant part, forward particle tracking from all models for Red Hill Shaft not pumping and Hawaiʻi Shaft pumping at 12 MGD. What does 12 MGD mean?
12 million gallons a day.
And is that your understanding of the typical pumping scenario for Hawaiʻi Shaft when it's operational?
I don't have direct knowledge.
Okay. Can you explain what a particle track is?
It's looking to see how particles move through groundwater.
And is this the Navy's particle track map when Red Hill Shaft is not pumping and Hawaiʻi Shaft is?
That's what the figure says. Without having the whole report in front of me, it's hard to see.
So what does the Navy's own particle track map show? Where does it well will go if the Board of Water Supply is pumping and the Navy shuts down its wells because they're contaminated with total petroleum hydrocarbons?
I think you can see that every model has a different particle track.
And where are those particle tracks generally going?
It looks like they're moving towards, in this figure, in this model, towards the west.
Correct, towards the BWS's lava shaft
Some of the models.
and towards lava shaft number 1.
Is that the Navy IAEA lava shaft?
I see IAEA 1. There's lava shaft number 1 is how it's represented here.
In some of the models, it moves that way.
So if the Board of Water Supply had not shut off its shaft, or if it decided to turn it on right now, where would the contaminated groundwater under the Red Hill facility go according to the Navy's own models?
Based on the figure that's in front of me towards the west.
And towards the board's water supply shaft?
In some of the model scenarios.
Would it be fair to say in a large portion of the models?
I don't know if I characterize it that way.
But certainly in many of the models.
In some of the models.
I have no further questions, Hearings Officer Day. I pass the witness.
Mr. Henkin.
Okay, I was hoping to share a screen.
Can we take this exhibit? Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Okay, good evening. I believe it's still evening, Ms. Ang. I'm David Henkin. I'm an attorney with Earth Justice, and in this proceeding, I represent the Sierra Club. Thanks for hanging in with us. I just have a very, very few questions. So I'm going to put up one of the exhibits to your declaration, and you talked about this one. So that's exhibit N-3C, which is the Department of Health's press release dated December 15, 2021, and you talked about that in terms of the test results that were announced on that date. Do you see that? Okay, and I believe that you noted that of these 27 test results, many of them were non-detect, and then some of them were detect for TPH, but below the EAL. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay, so I'm gonna just blow up a little portion here. It's a little easier to see. Do you see this portion of the press release where it says sampling only captures contaminant levels at a point in time? Do you see that?
I do.
Okay, do you agree with that statement?
I do.
So these samples just tell us at these precise locations at the precise time when they were sampled, this is the result that they got, right?
That is the case in any sample.
Okay, so sample taken at an earlier point in time might have a different level. Is that right?
Yeah.
And at a later time, a different level?
Yes.
Okay, and the rest of that line, notwithstanding the fact that they got these particular results below the EAL, Department of Health did not change its do not consume recommendation. In other words, that Navy water system users should avoid using the water for drinking, cooking, or oral hygiene. You see that?
I don't see the second part. It just says do not consume recommendation.
This part here, defining their do not consume recommendation.
That's what it says.
Okay. And so after getting these test results on December 15th, did the Navy change its advice to the users of its water system? Did it say, go ahead and start drinking the water?
I'm not part of those discussions.
Okay. Do you work or live in a location that's served by the Navy water system?
No, I don't.
Okay.
One.
I'm sorry?
I do not live within one, but I do work on the Navy base.
Okay, when you go to work at a Navy base, did you go there today?
I do.
Would you drink the water out of the system?
I would.
Did you?
I did.
Okay. Interesting. And so are you aware if there's a Navy advisory not to do that?
I did not smell a fuel.
Okay. I have no further questions. Thank you very much.
Mr. Jensen?
I'll redirect.
Okay. Saying, thank you very much for being here. Your excuse.
Thank you.
Mr. Jensen, it's your choice. We can press on, finish up, or we can do it tomorrow morning.
I'd like to press on.
Can we take 3 minutes? I just need to use the restroom.
Yes,
Thank
sir.
you.
3 minutes. So 8:22 or 8:23. Off the record. Okay. Mr. Jensen?
Sir, the Navy would like to call Captain Michael McGinnis.
Sir, Captain Michael McGinnis, present.
Captain McGinnis, my name is Dave Day. I'm the hearings officer. Could you please state your name for the record?
Yes, my name is Captain Michael E. McGinnis.
Could you please raise your right hand? You swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth under penalty of perjury?
I do.
Okay. Mr. Jensen.
Captain McGinnis, how are you?
Great, sir. How are you?
First, I am doing okay, and I very much apologize. I very much apologize for keeping you this late.
No problem.
Sir, can you please tell me your position?
Sir, I am the U.S. Pacific Fleet Surgeon and the medical advisor to Admiral Paparo.
Okay, and who is Admiral Paparo?
Admiral Paparo is the commander of the U.S. Pacific Fleet.
Okay, and how long have you been in this position, sir?
I've been in this position since January 2020 after having senior executive leadership opportunities in the operational fleet as well as military treatment facilities.
Very good. Can you describe a little bit some of those opportunities that you had in your career?
Yes, sir. Just most recently, I was the Naval Forces Europe, Naval Forces Africa, and 6th Fleet Surgeon. I had that position for 3 years. Before that, I was the commanding officer for a naval health clinic in Annapolis at the U.S. Naval Academy. Prior to that, I was the executive officer for the U.S. Naval Hospital in Guam.
Okay, and can you give us some idea of your educational background, sir?
Sure. I college at Johns Hopkins University. I got a BS in electrical engineering and computer engineering. Got my medical degree from the University of Virginia. And then I did my internal medicine residency and training with the Navy at Naval Medical Center, San Diego. And I also did an aerospace medicine residency and have a master's in public health from the University of North Carolina.
Okay, thank you for that. Sir, did you sign a declaration most recently with regard to this hearing?
Yes, sir, I did.
Okay, and I'll represent to you that Hearing Officer Day has already admitted your declaration into evidence. So I just want to confirm that you did sign the declaration on the 17th of December, 2021?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and is the declaration complete and up to date, or would you like to add something to it?
Complete, but I'm happy to answer any additional questions.
Okay, well, I do have some questions. Thank you. What has been your role during the response to the drinking water issues that we're all aware of here?
Sir, I am leading the Joint Health Services Work Group, which is leading the medical effort in support of the PAC Fleet Crisis Action Team. And in this capacity, I lead a joint medical force of senior leaders to include operational leadership between all the components under INDOPACOM, as well as the military treatment facilities on island.
Okay, and who's been engaged on the medical team for this?
So we've had, so all the component surgeons, INDOPACOM's also represented. So we have strong operational medical leadership, as well as the senior medical leaders for the services treatment facilities, to include Tripler, Makalapa, 15th Medical Group. We also have CDC represented, as well as the Department of Health. So it's a joint and interagency working group.
Okay, and who at the Department of Health is the representative for this group?
Dr. Diana Felton.
Okay, thank you. Let's talk about some of the specific services that have been set up. First, can you speak to how information has been passed with regard to the Red Hill contamination issue?
Yes, sir. So, we've worked collaboratively, engaging the community through town halls and either physically in the different housing communities or base forums, as well as virtually. We've also worked to push information through Facebook, as well as the Pack Fleet site. We've also used the leadership for our housing communities to ensure that we're getting the message out to our residents for each of the housing communities.
All right, sir. What about hotlines?
So we also have a hotline that was established at Tripler, building on their hotline for COVID. It also includes a hotline expressly for those that are concerned about water-related issues from this incident. It also has a dedicated obstetric specialty component to that for expectant or postpartum mothers who may have concerns about the impacts of this event.
Okay. What about those who need to go to a clinic?
Sure. So, the committee is very focused on the safety and well-being of our families, to include ensuring that we had rapid medical access for those that had concerns or had complications from water exposure. And so we rapidly expanded dedicated access to our military treatment facilities. So Tripler, Makalapa, 15th Medical Group had dedicated providers just to evaluate families for this event. Additionally, we also created community outreach medical capability within our housing areas to include Halsey Terrace, AMR, Red Hill, as well as an emergency services center to include medical in the location near the Navy Exchange.
Okay, great, fantastic. Can you tell me, please, have resources outside of Hawaii been called upon to support the medical response for toxicology?
Yes, sir. So we've had a broad range of medical support off island, with two focus areas. One is the water response and how do we best get after that from a medical perspective. So here we have environmental health officers, toxicologists, water quality experts, public health experts come and augment the team. And then we've had a tranche of medical providers to expand and ensure that we have rapid access at our clinical sites. And so Navy Medicine deployed teams within 12 hours of notification to be on site here in Hawaii.
Okay, great. And approximately how many, and you may have testified to this and I just missed it, but how many additional medical experts have come on island?
Approximately 76.
Okay. Let's talk about medical conditions. During the situation, what medical symptoms have been encountered by you and your staff?
So the symptoms are consistent with a discrete exposure to a petroleum-based product. These symptoms consist of nausea, vomiting, headaches, and skin irritation, skin rash, eye irritation. These constellation of symptoms are consistent with what we're seeing. It's short term, it's not long in duration. After removal from exposure in certain homes, it resolves quickly. Some have had persistent symptoms, but those are in the minority. And then many that we've seen are availing themselves for medical consultation and guidance, however, are asymptomatic and are looking for the event to be captured in their medical record.
Okay, and you said many. Approximately how many have come in for consultation for either medical evaluations or screening or just to get something put in their medical record?
So, sir, we've seen just over 5,500 to date. Certainly the majority of these people came in within the first 2 weeks of the response, and the medical demand has been increasing over the last week. We just had
the medical demand has been what, sir?
Decreasing over the past week.
DE?
We just had one, for example, yesterday.
The hearing officer is asking if you're saying increasing or decreasing.
I'm sorry, decreasing.
Going down, right? Is that what you're saying?
Going down.
Okay.
Numbers are going down.
And with regard to these 5,500 patients, if you will, how many of them presented asymptomatic and just came in for medical or for medical documentation?
I would say the percentage varied day to day, for which we were actively closely monitoring, because we wanted to see, hey, were these symptoms demonstrating that there was a discrete exposure event with resolution versus ongoing new symptoms, which would be concerning for ongoing exposure. And what we're seeing is that we are seeing decreasing numbers of symptomatic patients over time. And depending on the day, that could range anywhere from 50% to 75% initially. And now the minority of patients that are being seen now.
Okay, that leads me to my next question is, in your experience and knowledge of the situation, do the symptoms that you've seen, do they tend to persist?
The symptoms do not tend to persist. I mean, certainly some patients have chronic medical conditions and symptoms, some of which could be exacerbated by the water exposure event. And some symptoms may be associated with multiple disease processes. But for those that appear to have had a discrete exacerbation in time associated with this water exposure, it's not been persistent.
Okay. Okay. With regard to any potential long-term health effects, do you have a position on the likelihood of long-term health effects from what you've seen here now?
Well, the likelihood of long-term effects is really a product of duration and dose. From our current understanding of this situation, this is a very low dose event and a defined time period. So while we can't completely know, we anticipate that there to be a very low risk of long-term complications or impacts.
Okay. What about patients coming in to seek mental health care?
We have not seen a spike on increased visits for mental health. We did have 2 patients that have chronic mental illness for which they were seen during this time frame, but we have not seen an overall increase in demand for mental health services.
Okay. Is the Navy prepared to track any long-term effects to people experiencing symptoms?
We are, and to address, the long-term impacts to health, appreciate that that's a concern. And it's important to be able to track and monitor over time. And so the DoD is creating a registry being led by the Army Public Health Command, but with inputs and coordination from all the service public health leaders in developing a registry. And so we will build a registry to capture everyone that's been impacted by this water event within the DoD lifelines.
10 minutes.
Okay. And with regard to the registry, how many names are already in it from when you stood it up?
So we have over 7,400 in the registry now, but obviously it's not complete, and we will continue to build on that as we refine the data of all those that are living in our affected housing areas, as well as those that are working in our base.
Okay. One last question, Doctor. What's your assessment of how the medical community has supported the situation?
Sir, from the beginning, our priority has been the safety of our families, as well as ensuring the medical care, access to care, and medical guidance that our families need. It's been our priority from the beginning. It continues to be our priority. And, we won't stop, we won't rest until we've addressed this fully for all our families.
Okay. I have no further questions. Thank you, Doctor.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Jensen. Let's see. Yes, Mr. Brown.
Thank you, Hearings Officer Day. So good evening, Captain McGinnis. Thank you very much for being here with us today. I know it's late and we appreciate your time. My name is David Brown and I represent the Honolulu Board of Water Supply. I'd like to ask you some questions about your testimony in this proceeding. I guess the first is, you mentioned with Mr. Jensen that over 5,000 people came in to seek medical treatment as a result of exposure to petroleum-based products resulting from releases of fuel at the Red Hill facility. That's correct?
That's correct.
And at least some portion of this this group, this 5,000 people, and according to what I thought I heard you say, somewhere from 50 to 75% made complaints to the Navy that the exposure to the petroleum contamination in the Navy's drinking water supply harmed them. Is that correct?
They had symptoms that they're attributing to the water supply, yes.
Okay. Are you aware that on November 28th, 2021, the Navy began to receive complaints about its water and shut down the Red Hill shaft?
I am aware.
And are you aware that on December 3rd, the Navy first provided notice to the affected residents or others that they should stop using the water in its distribution system?
I'm sorry, there was a verbal there that I lost the last part of your statement.
No, that's okay. I'm happy to restate it. Are you also aware that it wasn't until December 3rd, 2021 that the Navy provided notice to affected persons, including Navy service members and their families, that they should stop using the water in their distribution system?
Well, I'm aware that the Navy gave guidance that if you had issues with your water in some qualitative way, whether that's from smell or from quality visibility, that you should not do any activities with that water. Is this the statement that you're referring to?
Yes. And that occurred on December 3rd?
I don't remember the specific date.
Okay. If the Navy waited 5 days to finally inform people that they could be exposed to petroleum contamination in their drinking water, would that exacerbate the potential health impacts to those people?
Well, the health impacts are, if you are using water that is contaminated by a petroleum-based product, and you continue to use the water that is contaminated by a petroleum-based product, that would continue to impact you as an individual if you're having symptoms. Yes.
And so the sooner you knew about it and the sooner you stopped using that water, the better for your health, right?
Sure.
Okay. I'd like to refer you to Exhibit D42, if we could pull that up for Captain McGinnis. And this is an exhibit that, if you go to the top of the exhibit, this is an exhibit that was introduced and admitted into evidence by the Department of Health. It's entitled Toxicological Profile for JP5, JP8, and Jet A fuels. Are you familiar with this document, Captain McGinnis?
I am familiar. I haven't seen the entirety of this document, but I am familiar with the CDC's ATSDR that does have a profile about jet fuel.
Okay. And the Navy stores jet fuel at the Red Hill facility, correct?
This is true.
And that jet fuel has made it into the Navy's drinking water supply. That's also correct?
That is the belief, yes.
Do you have any reason to think that that's not true?
That is, I don't have reason to believe that it's not true. But it's not my area of expertise. I think what I'm seeing is consistent with the fact that there has been exposure to petroleum-based product or jet fuel, specifically JP5.
Okay. And you acknowledge in your written testimony, and I believe in your discussion with Mr. Jensen, that that the symptoms that have been presented to you, at least, are consistent with exposure to a petroleum-based product, right? I'm sorry, I'm having trouble hearing. Is it just me, the witness?
It's not just you. Could you please speak up?
That's true.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that. I'd like to refer you to PDF page 26 of this document on the toxicological profile. Can you take a look at the highlighted, I believe there's a highlighted portion. No, hold on, go, maybe not. Go ahead and scroll up then. Hold on. 26. This is page 26. It should be how JP5 and JP8 and jet fuels can affect my health. Do you see? Is there a highlighted portion? There we go. No, that's showing go up. Oh, there we go. Sorry, just wasn't highlighted in this version. So can you take a look at the second sentence in the first full paragraph under how JP5, JP8, and jet fuels can affect my health? And it states, we know very little about the human health effects caused by JP5, JP8, or Jet A fuels. Do you agree with that statement?
I would have to agree with the statement in the sense that there is very little human research with JP5 for obvious reasons. You know, you would not conduct research with the understanding that you would inflict harm. That I've read this document, and from looking at research, it appears to be largely based on animal models, as well as using doses that are much higher than what we believe we're encountering here.
Okay. Would you agree that the Navy doesn't know the extent to which people, particularly at-risk populations like pregnant women or children, will experience long-term health effects as a result of exposure to fuel releases from the Red Hill facility?
I would agree that we don't absolutely know.
Okay. And is the Navy considering the potential human health effects of chronic low-level exposures based on petroleum contamination detected in Red Hill Shaft and in the Navy's water supply over the past several months and years?
Is the Navy...
Sorry, I'll rephrase that. Is the Navy considering the potential human health effects of chronic low-level exposures based on petroleum detections in the Navy's drinking water?
Well, I can comment on what I know, and that is that we are focused on this as a event associated with this specific time frame, not from chronic exposure. I guess you could argue, is there potential to build on our understanding based on the group of people that are enrolled into the registry now? But specifically, those that we're going to be assessing and monitoring are those that are here associated with this November 28 event.
And does the Navy have any plans to consider the potential long-term health effects?
Not that I'm aware of at this time.
Okay.
But I can't speak for the entirety of the Navy.
Understood. I wanted you to take a look at the next few sentences here that talk about studies with respect to JP8 and effects on the nervous system. They include change of reaction time, neurologic function, other harmful health effects on the respiratory tract, gastrointestinal tract and nervous system, coughing, difficulty breathing, abdominal pain, vomiting, drowsiness, restlessness, and convulsions. Is the Navy guidance explaining the long-term and short-term health effects of exposure to jet fuel, including warnings for these types of symptoms?
Well, you know, I guess I would refer to the joint guidance that we gave in development through the Joint Health Services Work Group and released on the 5th of December. This was coordinated with our public health experts within the services and included the Department of Health. I think that guidance that we released really reflects what we believe to be relevant for this event.
Okay. Are you aware that according to sampling done in the Navy's Red Hill Shaft on December 5th, 2021, that there were detections of total petroleum hydrocarbons as diesel or TPHD at levels 350 times the Department of Health's environmental action level?
I can't speak to that definitively, that number.
If that were true, could you, as a doctor or surgeon, recommend anyone drink the water from Red Hill Shaft right now?
If they were 350 times above the environmental action limit,
Yes.
I would have to understand the context of that sample.
Sure, it was a sample taken from the Navy's Red Hill Shaft, not at the time it was being served to the Navy. I will acknowledge that, but that's what's in the shaft as of December 5th, 2021.
Yeah, I would have to know the context of the sampling and to better understand that result. But certainly if I saw a number like that, it would bear investigation.
Investigation. Okay, I have no further questions. Hearings Officer Day, I pass the witness.
Okay. Mr. Henkin.
Good evening. My name is David Henkin. I'm an attorney with Earth Justice, and in this proceeding, I represent the Sierra Club. And I thank you for staying up late with us tonight. And do you prefer captain or doctor?
Either is fine. I enjoy that. I mean, I appreciate the reference to being a doctor, but I also appreciate being a captain.
They're both hard to get. So anyhow, I'll go with captain because I can see the epaulets. So captain, just have some clarifying questions about some of your responses to the questions that Mr. Jensen asked you. So if I heard you correctly, you indicated that the majority of the individuals who are coming in to seek medical screening and assistance, that the majority had short-term effects from the exposure to the petroleum product. Is that right?
That's right.
Okay, but then you then said a minority have persistent symptoms, right?
Yes.
Can you quantify that minority? How many people are you talking about?
I can't quantify. I think it's as far as, you know, as you march it from time, right? I mean, we started tracking patients that we're seeing essentially from the beginning, and we had a large bolus of patients that then slowly started tapering over the subsequent weeks. And that's where, you know, perhaps the disease patterns slowly evolved to the point where, you know, symptoms resolving. This is more about people trying to get documentation into the record to highlight the medical event. But I can't give you a number.
Okay. I mean, do you know if it's more than 10% of the people who came in seem to have persistent symptoms?
I want to give you a number, but I'd be hesitant to speculate, but it is a lower number.
Okay. And then you talked about that now you're seeing fewer patients that are coming in, and I'm sorry, you've frozen. I don't think anyone else has. I think we have a glitch on the Navy end, Mr. Jensen.
Captain, can you hear us? Oh.
Okay. Can the Navy try and resolve that?
I'm sure they're working on it.
Okay.
They're in another building.
Okay, so time has stopped.
I don't intend to run out my time.
That's good. That's good. Yeah. Actually, while this is while they're working on that, we can probably just take care of some housekeeping stuff for tomorrow. I assume that we're going to wrap this up today, and you know, once I guess they reboot. My understanding is we have a few exhibits that are going to be supplemented. We have Sierra Club has one exhibit, I believe. And BWS, Board of Water Supply, has B361, which was just admitted recently, and then the 3 from this morning. And then Mr. Henkin in the Navy has leave to file reports in response to the documents filed by BWS regarding the objections that was filed this morning. Is there any other documents, or I should say, are there any other documents that someone believes I haven't mentioned that are going to be used to supplement the record other than those?
I apologize. I didn't understand the thing that you just said about the Navy and Sierra Club have a chance to supplement.
Oh, I was talking about, I didn't mean Sierra Club. I meant Board of Water Supply made an objection to this morning to supplement the record. And the ruling of the hearings officer was that Ms. Gannon could put in 3 exhibits, but
Yes.
that Mr. Henkin had leave to file a certain number of reports, basically to address the full scope of the. You're looking at me quizzically, Mr.
I'm Mr. Henkin. That is Mr. Jensen.
Jensen, yeah, Mr. Jensen, you're looking at me quizzically. Do you not understand? Go ahead.
Well, I think you're referring to me when you say.
Oh yeah, it's getting late. I'm confusing my.
It's okay.
Words. Mr. Jensen, you have leave to file reports. Is that correct? Is that your understanding? Okay.
Yes.
Okay, then I won't be trying to figure out what to file.
We've been at this for a while. All right, so does anyone have, besides those documents, anything that they believe is going to be need to be filed? I see we have the witness back. Let's just resolve this real quick. Any other documents?
Not for the board hearing officer day.
Not for Sierra Club.
Okay, so tomorrow morning, if you guys can just file it, and to the extent we could get an amended exhibit list before that, we can close the record, and then we'll do that. Okay, I didn't mean to keep you anymore, Captain. I see that you're back. And Mr. Henkin, please take it away.
I apologize for the technical difficulties.
Not at all.
Okay, so Captain, I was asking a question about, you indicated that now fewer patients are being seen, new patients are being seen now. And I was wondering if you could quantify, let's say, how many new patients were seen today.
Oh.
I've stumped him.
Okay. Oh, we're so close too, huh? Okay.
Yep.
So I recommend that I bring him over here. It would take about 5 minutes to go and get him and bring him back.
That's fine. Let's go off the record.
Perhaps I can do that.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Okay, Captain, welcome back. So the pending question was, you indicated that now a minority of patients that are being seen are new, and I was wondering if you could quantify how many new patients the Navy got today.
We got 1 in the last 24 hours.
Okay, and how about in the last? How about the day before that?
The weekend was very light, single digits, if that.
And on last Friday?
It was closer to 100, 150.
150 new patients.
Well, 150 people that were being seen. They did not have new symptoms.
Okay.
In the last 72 hours, that's what we've really been focused on. You know, as we've developed what we call a medical common operating picture, where between all the different medical facilities, we wanted to get a sense of who is being seen, when did their symptoms start, when did their symptoms end. And in the last 72 hours, it's really no one presenting with new symptoms. And these are people that are largely presenting for overall evaluation and guidance.
Okay, and I should clarify, I was specifically wondering about people who actually were coming in with the medical ailment or something, rather than just to document that they were in the area. So when's the last time you saw a new patient that fits that criteria?
I think 1 in the last 24 hours.
Okay, so that person was presenting symptoms.
Right. That person didn't have symptoms.
And it's
duration, I'm not sure.
I'm sorry?
Of the duration of which I am not sure.
Okay, but the symptoms they were presenting were consistent with exposure to petroleum product.
Potentially, yes.
And you know, there may be other people out there who are experiencing symptoms that are not coming to see you, correct?
Objection, speculation.
Sustained. You can rephrase that or ask it.
Sure. In your opinion, is everyone who is experiencing symptoms, are they all coming in to be seen by and reviewed by Navy medical personnel?
Objection, speculation.
Yeah. Try one more time.
It's late. Cut me a break, Mr. Jensen. Okay, Captain, we'll give it another shot, shall we? In your experience, if people have medical ailments, they always come and seek treatment.
If it's a matter of concern, yes. And I would say, given the publicity and the sensitivity to this event, I believe they would come in.
But you don't know.
I can't say that 100% of everyone would come in, no.
Now, Captain, you described in your declaration and talking with Mr. Jensen what appeared to be a rather, let's say, substantial medical response to this particular situation. Is that a fair characterization?
Yes, sir.
And in your experience as a medical officer with the Navy, have you ever been involved in another medical response of this scale?
Absolutely. So I had the benefit of coming to Packed Fleets in January of 2020, just before COVID. And I think you can appreciate the impact it's had on the world. But as far as the U.S. forces, it really hit Packed Fleet first. And so, all the way from the TR, for which I helped oversee that medical response, to deploying an expeditionary medical facility. I have been associated with these types of medical efforts for contingencies as they develop.
I'm sorry, and you said you responded to was it the TR or the DR?
The Theodore Roosevelt, I'm sorry, the TR, that's
I don't know what that means.
Shorthand. The USS Theodore Roosevelt, the aircraft carrier.
Okay, so you responded there, and you would say that the scale of the medical response to the Theodore Roosevelt was similar to what was mounted here in Hawaii in response to this oil spill?
In some ways, that may have exceeded what we're doing here, but I'm talking about the entire U.S. Pacific Fleet.
Okay, so in terms of your experience, your long experience with the Navy, this is up there in terms of some of the larger medical responses?
Yes, sir. I mean, I would characterize it as this is clearly a priority item for the U.S. Navy and Navy medicine, and then we've responded that way, where we've deployed forces from Camp Lejeune, Bremerton, San Diego, Camp Pendleton, really wherever we could find the appropriate expertise, they were brought to support.
Okay, and you're testing my knowledge, but Camp Lejeune's in North Carolina, correct?
That's correct.
So you brought folks from as far away as there, and Pendleton's on the West Coast. And where else did folks come in from?
Bremerton, the Pacific Northwest, as well as the Navy and Marine Corps Public Health Center, which is in Virginia Beach.
Okay. And in your view, was this a public health crisis?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you very much, Captain. I have no further questions.
Any redirect?
No redirect, thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much, Captain. You're excused.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate everyone staying up late with me.
Well, we appreciate you staying up late as well. So just before we close for the evening, so again, we have just a few exhibits we need to introduce tomorrow that we've already done. Otherwise, I think, unless anyone has anything else, we can close the record. I'm going to suggest, considering it's been a long night, and I think we should be able to finish with the closing arguments tomorrow, that we start at 9. Does anyone object to that? 9 o'clock sounds good, right? Okay, so yeah, let's do 9 o'clock tomorrow. We'll resolve the exhibits. We'll do closing arguments. Otherwise, unless there's anything else, Mr. Jensen? Nothing, anything else that you want to raise? Mr. Hargrove?
Nothing further, thank you.
I see your hand. Mr. Gannon, or Miss Gannon?
Nothing else. Thank you very much today.
Mr. Hagan?
Idle curiosity, how much time did I have left?
I don't know, but I think it was probably 20-ish minutes. I think you undershot by 20 minutes, but I think to everybody's benefit. I think.
No, I that's perfectly fine. But I idle curiosity, just competitive by nature. Thank you.
I think you won on that though. So okay. With that said, we'll adjourn and meet tomorrow at 9. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you all.
Good night, everyone.
Good night.